Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Planning Applications Committee, 30th of October 2024. This meeting has been live streamed and will be made available on the Council website for public viewing. For people in the chamber, can you ensure your mobile phones are either switched off or on mute? Thank you. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. Usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. Tracy, can you confirm the Sedrent and I approve remote participation of members in this deliberation today?
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Morning, members. We've got 16 members present in total, 9 members present in person here at Council HQ, being the Chair, the Vice Chair, Councillor Beretti, Councillor John Campbell, Councillor Davies, Councillor Hislop, Councillor Maureen Johnston, Councillor Slater and Councillor Thompson. 7 members present on Microsoft Teams, being Councillor Blake, Councillor Dryborough, Councillor Drysdale, Councillor Hill, Councillor Howie, Councillor Jordan and Councillor Lowe. Not present at the start of the meeting is Councillor Ian Crothers, and I've got 3 apologies from Councillors Andy McFarlane, Councillor Marshall and Councillor Walters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tracy. Are there any declarations of interest from members? Kim Lowe, Councillor Lowe, please.
Yes, good morning. Item 4, because of a statement of connection, I'm actually going to withdraw from the meeting for that discussion item.
Thank you. Any other declarations of interest? Councillor Blake, I see you're on camera, but you haven't got your hand up.
No, I've got to speak in the chat though. Yeah, I do have I suppose a statement of connection. 2 of the representatives are very close friends of mine. I wasn't actually sure. I didn't know they were representatives, but I will withdraw. They're so close. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe, your hand is still up. Is that a legacy hand, or do you want to come back in again? Legacy, thank you. Governance Officer Tracy, please.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, Councillor Lowe, can I just get you to confirm what your declaration, and you said statement of connection, can I just confirm if it's what your declaration was, please, just for the minute?
I've just got, I presume it must be whatever the highest level is. I've just had so many connections that it would be hard for me to make a decision. So is that a declaration of interest?
Yeah, so you'll be leaving the meeting, that's fine, thank you. And
yeah.
Councillor Blake, can I just confirm which item it was that you were declaring an interest in?
It was item 4.
Thank you, Governance Officer. Members, I'll now ask Tracy, our clerk, to outline the procedures we followed, and then we'll go into the minute of approval and then on to the agenda items. So, Tracy, can you take us through the procedure to be followed today?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chairman has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in Council policy. No other persons will be allowed to speak. The Chairman will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee, and such members should withdraw from the chamber after making their presentation, and applicants or their agents. Representatives were offered the option of attending today's meeting in person, joining remotely via Microsoft Teams, or to provide a written statement to be read out on their behalf. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, except for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. The Chairman will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session and no members of the public may address the committee from the public gallery. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Tracy. Move on to agenda item 3, the minute of the previous meeting of 28th of August 2024 for approval. Members, is this a true record of the 28th of August meeting? I have members acknowledging in the chamber that it is, and I don't see any other member looking to challenge that, so I'll take it as granted or given that this is indeed a true record of the meeting, 28th of August. Move on to agenda item number 4, members. This is an application for the extension to existing caravan park to form an additional 31 static caravan pitches with associated parking, installation of sewage treatment plant, formation of internal access roads, landscaping, attenuation pond and associated works at Dalbeattie Forest Lodges and Caravan Park, Coast Road, Dalbeattie. There's a full application, reference number 24/1131/full. The recommendation is to approve the application subject to conditions, and our case officer is Torrell Glendinning. So, Torrell, if you'd like to take us through your presentation, please, just whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is at Planning Applications Committee today, as it has received more than 6 objections. So here we've got the location plan. The site is located to the south of Dalbeattie, approximately 1.9 kilometres from the town centre. The surrounding area sees woodland and a network of paths and tracks associated with the 7 Stains, which you can see on the right-hand side of this map. And then a slightly closer view of the site. So you've got the existing Caravan Lodge site to the north, which has got the 6 existing lodges. Then on the opposite side of those 6, you've got an extant permission for a further 6 lodges. And then you've got the 7 Stains car park, to the west. That also has a public convenience and motorhome overnight accommodation spaces. And then you've got the public road to the west, as well as some residential dwellings. This is the proposed block plan, and it shows the proposed layout of the site. You've got the internal access roads proposed, as well as an existing pond, which will see static pitches surrounding it, and then another additional pond is proposed to the north side, as well as a suds basin further to the north. And these are just the typical elevations and floor plans of the static caravans that would be proposed. And this is the existing surface water outfall, and it shows you the extant permission as well on the opposite side of the existing lodges. So moving on to photographs, this is the application site seen from the north. And turning around, you can see the existing lodges, so looking north. And turning slightly to the west, you can see the area where the suds basin would be, and also the extant permission for the 6 lodges caravans would be beyond that again, to the north. And then this is the looking west from the site towards the closest residential dwelling. I believe the roof you can see in that picture is the public convenience of the Seven Stains. And this is the application site facing south, and the Seven Stains car park is to your right in the photograph. This is the application site looking southeast, and the application site again facing east. And this view is taken from the Seven Stains car park near the public convenience, looking north. And then a view from the same spot but looking east. This is taken from within the Seven Stains car park, and it shows the type of views that you would see from the Seven Stains. There's an existing track here that effectively runs along the entire southern boundary of the site, on the right-hand side in the picture. Again, this is taken from within the Seven Stains looking north, from roughly the same position. And moving further south, this is a view from the Seven Stains path or track, looking north. This is one of the gaps in vegetation. There's quite a lot of vegetation, but there's a few gaps. So this is, you can see the site from the south looking north. And yeah, a lot of the views are quite obscured by existing woodland. And this is to the access to the site, looking south onto the public road. And again, looking north onto the public road from the access. And that is the end of the presentation. So the assessment of the proposal does not highlight any significant policy conflicts, and for that reason, and for the reasons set out in the report, the proposal is recommended for approval, subject to conditions. As ever happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Torrell. Any questions for our case officer from members? Councillor Hislop, please.
It's maybe a daft laddie question. There was a picture of the actual caravans, and in the background of the drawing, there was sort of arches. That's nothing to do. That's just a background on the paper, is it? Right. I just wondered if there was any kind of work to be done to bankings or something.
You content with that, Councillor Hislop? Okay. Any other questions from members? Councillor Slater. Microphone, David, please.
Yes, Chair, it's a question for our case officer. how much natural habitat in hectares or acres will be lost because of this, like trees and fauna? Can you give me maybe an answer to that? Thank you.
Torrell.
So the application site extends to about 1.9 hectares. The exact, obviously, any development will result in some loss of natural habitat, but I can tell you the exact size of what would be lost. Don't know if David wants to add anything to that.
Thanks, Torrell. Yeah, David wants to come in as well.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's no actual tree loss as a result of this development as such, is there? And I think the photos showed that quite clearly, that it's mainly a sort of meadow area at the moment.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Councillor Drysdale, followed by Councillor Stephen Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. I just wanted to ask, thanks, Torrell, for the presentation. I do know that area quite well. I'm a cyclist and a runner. I just wondered, Torrell, I can see the path that you've put a photograph up of, which is actually part of the WT Seven Staines walking path, the lower path, in my opinion, and it does have quite a lot of visibility onto the site. Am I correct? Is that the bottom path from the WT car park along to get into the woods? That's the access across to the Seven Staines from one of those photos, because there's not that much tree coverage, in my opinion, there. Am I right that that's the correct path, or are you not too sure? It's probably difficult to determine from the photographs. Thanks.
Torrell.
So the path that I was taking the photographs of are just to the south of the site, which is accessed from the Seven Staines car park. I'm not too familiar with exactly what is a track and what is a path in that whole network of paths, but I don't know if that's helpful, or if you can maybe clarify a little bit more.
Pauline, do you want to come back in and offer a bit more specific information?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Yeah, Torrell, I think it is. There's a path that runs from the Seven Staines mountain biking car park to the walking car park, and I think it's that bottom path stroke track that people walk on that overlooks the site that's in the planning application. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. I've got Mr Sutty and Torrell having a look at this, see if they can help you. David?
Chair, could we maybe go back to the slide that's marked block plan, because I think that might help. Yes, that's the one. So if I'm right, you can see there's on the south western part, you can see there's one marked car park, and then there's another one where you can just see PC. So I think that's the public convenience. So I think, if I'm right, Councillor Drysdale, what we're talking about is the footpath that runs around the perimeter there that you can see moving around the edge of the site. And I assume that's where the photos were taken from, just looking through the gaps.
Does that help, Councillor Drysdale?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thanks very much, David.
Thank you. Thanks for that, David and Torrell. Councillor Stephen Thompson, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's just on, in the body of the report, well, actually on the conditions, should this go ahead, I think number 8 on page 31, and this is quite a common one, I suppose, that none of the extension caravans on the site would be occupied as a solar main residence, and this is a drum that I beat from time to time, but how would we go about ensuring that the other aspects of the council, such as council tax and other places, knew that if this does go ahead, these aren't to be permanent residences? Because, you know, we've been historically caught out with that sort of thing before. So if I get a bit of assurance on that, please, thank you.
Maybe get David to answer that, please.
Yes, we've had some correspondence on this very issue in the past, and certainly there's a far better liaison now with the council tax team, where they are aware of when we've had a caravan site to check with us if that caravan site allows for permanent residences, and where you've got a condition like this, which is what's required by the local development plan policy D9, then that means that they're also aware of that, and they can alert that to our planning enforcement team if somebody is applying for that.
Thanks for that, Stephen. Councillor Barretti, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Torrell. As mentioned by Councillor Drysdale, there's the tree lines and stuff like that. I noticed that on page 30, you've got recommendations for further planting. Am I assuming that those spaces that are a bit thin are going to be the areas that are likely to be planted, because there isn't a full coverage right around the site? It's about 80% at the moment. Would that be right?
Torrell, please.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that. There's no specific requirements to exactly what they have to put in as the landscaping and planting of trees, but that would be assessed when they put it in. But it certainly has to be sympathetic to the area at the moment, which has a lot of mature trees and native trees. So it would be assessed as part of the discharge of that condition.
Thank you, Councillor Barretti. If there are no other questions for our case officer, we'll move on to the first list of registered speakers in order they appear in your papers, members. Dr. David Coates, an objector in person. Dr. Coates, you will have 3 minutes to make a presentation to the committee. I will remind you with 30 seconds to go to bring the presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd be kind enough to wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So whenever you're ready, sir, thank you.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. I would like to address my objections on the basis the site is a wetland. Note, please, also that the entire site is a wetland and not just the open water areas. This is confirmed by the proposal itself as well as by Scottish Environmental Protection Agency. And wetlands in general are our most valuable ecosystem type and at the same time the most threatened, which is my concern. First of all, to address some inaccuracies in the committee report, Section 2, subparagraph 2.1 states that the Scottish Environment Protection Agency submitted no objection. However, the Planning Department only asked SEPA to comment on flood risk. This is confirmed by SEPA's response of the 22nd of July and also in separate email correspondence that we have. The response of 22nd of July also states, and I quote here, "For all other planning matters, please see our triage framework," that's the SEPA triage framework, "and standing advice." I'll return to that point. Subsection 4.15 of the committee report also argues that the site is relatively small when seen in conjunction with the surrounding extensive woodland. This is irrelevant as they're completely different kinds of habitat, and the proposed works will have a major impact on the whole site. The main point of my objection is the statutory and policy context of the objection. The current SEPA Water Environment Control Activities Scotland regulations state, and I quote, "It is an offence to undertake or cause or permit others to carry on the following activities without a CAR authorisation: building or engineering works or works, A, in inland water other than groundwater or wetlands, or B, in the vicinity of inland water or wetlands and having or likely to have a significant adverse impact on the water environment." No such authorisation has been made available to the committee. SEPA's triage framework referred to earlier in their response to the 22nd of July, as previously explained, mentions guidance for planning authorities. It contains extensive references to wetlands. For example, it states, and I quote here again, "For small-scale local developments, boggy and wetland areas should be protected."
You have 30 seconds to go.
"And enhanced where possible. If the wetland ecosystem is present, planning submission should demonstrate how the layout and design of the proposal, including temporary construction works, avoids impact on such areas." This is not part of the being proposal. There's a better way forward here. I'm looking for a planning system whereby business, community, nature and development are in harmony and work in a mutually supportive way. And there are alternatives to this proposal, and that's simply to build the caravans on a different area and conserve the site as a valuable local natural area. Thank you.
Time, Doctor. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Members, do anyone have any questions for Dr. Coates? Councillor Barretti, please.
Thank you, Dr. Coates. Could you repeat the codes that you said at first, because I didn't quite catch them, and can we have some comments from Mr. Sutty about those particular quotes as well, because I wasn't aware of them.
Well, sorry, there are a number. Which particular one was? Is it about the triage?
You mentioned SEPA. You said that there were areas that SEPA didn't cover.
Well, first of all, yeah, there are a couple of quotations. One is on the SEPA's water environment regulations, which basically requires an authorisation for this work because it impacts a wetland. And then the second one is in the policy advice to local authorities. The first one is that for small-scale local developments, a quote, small-scale local developments, boggy and wetland areas should be protected and enhanced where possible. And if there are wetland ecosystems present, which is clearly the case in this case, the planning submission should demonstrate how the layout and design of the proposal, including temporary construction works, avoids impact on such areas. This is not present at the moment in the planning application.
If you're content with that response, when we're in session, you can seek clarification from officers on the officer's opinion or that particular statement.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Coates? In that case, sir, thank you very much for going forward. The next representative is Jeanette Cole, who is an objector, and the statement's read out by Tracy, our clerk. And again, 3 minutes, and I'll ask Tracy just to stop if she's not concluded the statement at that time.
Chair. Jeanette Cole, objector. I feel strongly that my points and opinions have not been taken into account in the committee report and recommendations. Security and animal welfare is a major concern, as all that separates us presently is wholly inadequate stock fence, and this needs to be replaced with higher fencing in the plan to prevent site visitors accessing our grounds, and especially their dogs, which threaten our free-range poultry safety, as we have observed people in the site's existing cabins who just let their dogs roam free. Dog attacks cause great stress to both the birds and ourselves, and many injuries are truly harrowing, and we would not want to have our poultry exposed to any further threat or harm, and the police seem powerless to do anything. As I was not notified of the site's last development plan to add 6 new lodges to the northern field, and visitors will have access to this, the same fencing action is required along our northern boundaries low dyke wall. Noise in what is fundamentally a quiet spot is a major concern. Peace and songbirds are a joy for all who visit, and the development would ruin this. People come to the forest to enjoy the silence of the sounds of nature, not those of a caravan park and antisocial noise of those revelling and chatting into the night in hot tubs. This application brings nothing new to the town that the many surrounding sites already do. Local hospitality struggles to recruit staff, and in the winter months some businesses tend to reduce their opening hours as there is little trade, and this development's highly seasonal nature would not address this. There are already more than enough caravan parks in the area, 5 large ones, besides many smaller ventures, and many of the 7 Staines overnight visitors that I have spoken to say that they come specifically because it is a quiet spot as opposed to a large commercial facility which they positively seek to avoid. As such, they visit and would recommend it to friends as a quiet and peaceful location, but this would not be the case if this goes ahead, and many have stated that they would not come back if this was a caravan development on the site, and that they would then look onto. How does the development comply with LDP 2.4.0 A1, conserve and enhance biodiversity within the region? A2, protect the soil where natural wetland will be destroyed. And BIO4, protect and where possible enhance important areas or extensive non-woodland habitats such as rush pastures, semi or unimproved grassland, peatlands, wetlands, water margins and flushes, essentially the entire site. Also, MPF 4.6b states, development proposals would not be supported where they will result in any loss of ancient woodlands, ancient and veteran trees, or adversely impact on their ecological condition. Relating current constraints do not fully safeguard many bordering mature trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. The next person invited to speak is Mr. A. Phillips on behalf of Ian Cole. Mr. Phillips, if you'd like to come forward, and I'm sure you'll have grasped the process now. You'll have 3 minutes to make your representation. I'll remind you 30 seconds to go to draw it to a conclusion. And if you're kind enough to wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So just whenever you're ready, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, all. I'm doing this on behalf of Ian Cole, who's registered blind and didn't feel he could make his presentation. Good morning, all. You're being recommended to approve this application based on the report that I believe, by virtue of its stipulated route protection constraint to protect ancient woodland trees at Richhorn, renders the western roadway and its caravans unviable. Note that it is not permitted to limb the large mature trees around the site as they are officially listed by Nature Scott as a protected ancient Lipo woodland. The plan relies on forest surface water runoff reports that in my view may be outdated. This is a new issue arising from the recently announced extensive Dalbeattie forest felling plans announced by FLS that will almost certainly result in increased runoff from the forest. The plan does not seem to consider unnecessary CO2 expenditure. In the report, section 4.4 prioritises non-residential nature of accommodation over the obligation for safeguarding the tourist assets of the region, which this location certainly is. Section 4.5 concludes the site would not be prominent in the landscape and would be screened from the public. It actually will be extremely prominent and visible. 4.6 states, change to the overall look of the site is not considered to represent an adverse negative visual impact to the existing surrounding mixed character. This is contrary to my encountered overwhelming public opinion. 4.7 states it is compatible with the surrounding area in terms of nature and scale. However, it has over 8 times the visitor capacity of the previously approved modest dormitory hostel plan. It would now encompass the entire site, destroy its existing ecology and character, effectively replacing it with a prefabricated encampment. I believe this application isn't needed given local capacity and a sales market that indicates lack of demand. It will not lead to the claimed jobs. It will bring little additional trade to Dalbeattie by virtue of its location and business model, and proposes external hot tubs that are totally inappropriate for the location. I have spoken to many hundreds of locals and tourists about this application, and the overwhelming majority oppose this plan as it is highly detrimental and would ruin the attributes that the setting presently affords. The Seven Staines Richhorn entrance and its current vista is a significant asset to Dalbeattie. It is the primary green gateway into the forest, and as such, its character and appeal should not be ruined by granting the permission for such an unnecessary development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. If you just wait in case any members have questions for you. Members, have you any questions for Mr. Cole or Mr. Phillips? No, in that case, thank you for coming forward, gentlemen. Thank you. The next representative is Gemma Dalton. If Gemma would like to come forward, please. Gemma, you'll have the same 3 minutes. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd wait, in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. Thank you. Just whenever you're ready, Gemma.
Good morning, councillors. Being the owner of Brambles Cove business in the adjacent property of Craigendarch, I would like to reinforce my objection to this proposed development. As a business, I welcome the idea of increased footfall. However, I strongly believe the noise pollution will be more prolific than stated in the report. Due to larch disease, a significant buffer of trees has been felled between my business and the proposed site. Therefore, I fail to believe that 31 static caravans, including hot tubs with occupancy, will not be heard, as we can regularly hear people in the forestry car park and in the lodges. Given that I've built my business on the premise of good food and a relaxing, tranquil atmosphere, I feel that that would be significantly impacted. There is already an abundance of caravan parks along the coast, very few reaching full capacity even at peak times. Environmentally, this extension is an unnecessary destruction of a wilded habitat, which is also a peatland and wetland, which in itself should be a good enough reason for no development. With the decline of tree species and wild areas being at the forefront of global news, small spaces all add to the overall tally of habitat loss. The government, as well as local authorities, have been emphasising the need to protect our green spaces and habitats, so it would be hypocritical, nothing short of environmental vandalism if it were approved. The original plan for a hostel would have been more in keeping with the environment, as well as creating sustainable jobs all year round. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gemma. Any questions for Gemma? Councillor Hislop, please.
It's with regard to the definition of wetland and peatland. Now, we've heard this 2 or 3 times today, but within our papers it says Scotland soil maps do not highlight the area as being peatland. So where is it designated wetlands or peatlands?
Well, I've been talking with the other objectors, and it was them that told me about their peatland. That goes back over years.
Thanks for that, Councillor. Thanks, Gemma. You have a question from Councillor Slater. David Slater, please.
Yes, Gemma, I'd just like to ask the question, how far is your property from this site?
My property from the boundary line would be about 80-ish metres, and then you have the proposed pool, so it would maybe be 120 or so.
And would that be open land at that stage?
That's where, yeah, over the hill, because there was larch trees just up the hill from my calf, and then they've all been taken down because of the larch disease. So now we're here.
Okay, thank you.
Everything.
Thanks, Councillor Slater. Any other questions? In that case, thank you for going forward, Gemma. Thank you. The next representation is a statement to be read out from Alexis Smith. So, Tracy, if you read that statement, please.
Sure. Alexis Smith, objector. I would like to reinforce my original objection to this proposed development as an unnecessary destruction of the area of biodiversity and wildlife that is in need of protection. This development will create loss of habitat as a result of building, earth moving, extensive drainage works, creating pollution of surface groundwater. Furthermore, it is likely it will cause deterioration in the ancient woodland, see MPF 4. The site is wetland as well as peatland and as such should be protected. Moreover, it should be taken into account that the scale of the development is far larger than the previously approved hostel and is in fact far too large for the site. I also take issue with the fact that some of the concerns that have been raised have not been addressed in the report, to name but a few. 1, fencing around the area to protect adjoining properties, particularly those with livestock. 2, the supervision of the moving of dumped rock piles to protect the resident wildlife. Who is going to guarantee that this supervision will be provided and by whom? 3, who is going to check that the correct tree boundaries are and will remain in place? 4, is light pollution of the potential additional hot tubs going to be monitored, and if so, by whom? Hardly, I may say, socially acceptable or eco-friendly addition. 5, importantly, who is going to guarantee that the wetland will remain untouched now and in the future? As I feel it unlikely that the developer will address these issues, perhaps the council who are proposing acceptance of this very unpopular development would undertake to oversee these issues and publish the results for all to see. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Tracy. Next representative is Mr. Ray Phillips. I'm sure you know the rules by now. Just whenever you're ready, sir, you're speaking on behalf of Jean Phillips. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think there should be a diagram up on. There's a diagram up on the screen, which I'll come to in a minute. This is on behalf of Mrs. Jean Phillips. Good morning, councillors. You're being recommended to approve this planning application subject to strict conditions based on a case officer's report that I believe contains flaws. I wish to highlight 2 important issues. Section 4.5 ends with the statement the site would not be prominent in the landscape and would be screened from the public. And section 4.6 includes, whilst there will be a change to the overall look of the site, it's not considered that this would represent an adverse visual impact to the surrounding mixed character. At present, if you stand at the top of the site, if you look at the map on the right, where it says public toilet, it's above that green bar that I've put on the plan. You can really only see one lodge by looking into the site and turning left. It's about 100 metres away. The rest of the site is a natural green wetland area with a pond. The proposed caravan park extends right alongside the main forestry entry track on two sides, both the west side from the car park and the south. It runs right along by the trees that we saw in the photos earlier. This change of visibility is not compatible with LDB 2 4.9, as development should not jeopardise scenic landscapes that locals and tourists could appreciate. Now, coming on to condition 5, which is a necessary condition, these are one of the planning conditions in the recommendation, needs clarifying as its outcome conflicts with the recommendation to approve the application for a 31-pitch caravan park. Under Scottish planning policies NE7 and NE8, Nature Scot requires generally a 15-metre protected canopy zone around the development where no access is allowed, no vehicle access and no construction access. Both sides of the site are in the pre-1860 woodland forest. The no entry protection zone is to prevent root damage and tree survival. This is mentioned in the applicant's own preliminary ecological report, but they have made no attempt to actually do anything. The application's agent's plan for the drainage also includes the approximate assessment of the extent of the various tree canopies, these old tree canopies, particularly on the left, and it reasonably agrees with reality. Now, on the left plan, I've coloured in where the applicant shows the tree canopy. That's that faint green that's running down the side. And you will notice that both the main access road runs under there and a new swale drainage ditch runs right next to the
You have
roots.
30 seconds to go.
Thank you. So even with, on the right one, even with a 10-metre protected zone, which is less than the 15 recommended, it would still prevent, and that is shown on the right, those green bars are where the protected zone, where you would need to screen it off out with any development. It's therefore not appropriate to approve a 31-pitch caravan park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Any questions for Mr. Phillips in the presentation he's just made on behalf of Jean Phillips? In that case, thank you for coming forward again, sir. Thank you. We now have Mr. George Wallace. If you'd like to come forward, please, George, you're another objector. Again, you'll have 3 minutes. I'll remind you 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to conclusion. And if you can wait in case anyone has questions for you, I'd be grateful. Can you switch the microphone on, please?
I'm chairman, or was chairman up to this year, of the Dalbeattie Forest Community Partnership, and was for 20 years. We're a charity with volunteers looking after the forest and trying to improve it. We have a great interest in what is going on. Now, Dalbeattie Forest, this is about Dalbeattie Forest. It's our unique asset, it's our jewel in the crown, and it has to be protected. Now look at this field in question. It was carved out in the forest about 250 years ago. It's been a field, an open field, all that time, and I think it should stay that way. It's the location that you've got to look at. It's a peninsula deep into the forest. It confronts everybody who's approaching from the Rickhorn entrance. It's a very bad idea to stick all these caravans right in front of your face. There's been lots of objections, really good objections to this proposal, which I hope you've all read, and you certainly wouldn't be able to judge unless you had visited the site. And look at the support. pathetic. It claims that planning permission for this site was given in the past. Well, of course, that's not true. It's nothing to do with the original planning permission. It's a completely new. The planning permission was for lodges, and now these are caravans. Totally different. They claim it would benefit tourism. Well, we know what will happen here. The business plan is to sell off these caravans to individual people, and they'll become second homes. So that's not going to benefit Dalbeattie in any way. It says that caravans in this location will not have any detrimental effect on the amenity of the area.
You have
Well,
30 seconds to go, sir.
I had a look at the dictionary. What does amenity mean? A valued public facility. You might as well put a caravan in the middle of George Square, as far as I'm concerned. This is going to destroy our environment there. I don't suppose there's any chance of the developer withdrawing this awful application. So it's up to the councillors now to get to their senses and prevent and stop this nonsense.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Before you go, members, do anyone have any questions for Mr. Wallace? Mr. Hislop, Councillor Hislop, please.
Mr. Wallace, you said that this site doesn't have planning permission on it, but we were told that it does actually have a planning permission. Could you just clarify if that actual site has a planning permission, in your view, not this planning permission, but does it have a planning permission on it?
Mr. Howie would never have thought of that 22 years ago. We've grown up a lot in 22 years. We can't have the same standards as we had 22 years anyway. It's nonsense to say there was planning permission for this field.
Thank you, Councillor. I think in that case we've had all the questions for Mr. Wallace, so thank you very much for coming forward, sir. If you'd like to resume your seat. We now have John Wilson, who's a supporter, appearing in person. Same arrangement, Mr. Wilson, 3 minutes. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw presentation inclusion. And if you'd wait in case anyone has any questions for you, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Right, my name's John Wilson. I was one of the original owners of Dalbeattie Forest Lodges. We got the original planning, and I'd just like to clarify some of these points made today, right? And I'm just going to read you this as it comes. Good morning, my name is John Wilson, and I'm one of the former owners of Dalbeattie Forest Lodges. I live at Little Rickhorn Farm, which is next door to the development. Our family have farmed here since before the war. In fact, my grandfather being one of the first farmers to buy a tractor, which he used for contract work to help local farmers meet wartime food production targets, right? In the early 2000s, Forestry Commission Scotland, now Forest and Land Scotland, approached us and suggested our land was perfect for holiday accommodation development due to its location next to the Seven Stains. Now that land was the complete 17.5 acre site, not just the one where the cabins are on, it's where the pond is as well. Although no outside funding was available, we agreed to proceed. At the planning meeting at Kirkcudbright, and I want to highlight this, Chief Planning Officer Ronnie Irving supported the application, stating that such a facility would benefit Dalbeattie and the surrounding area. Ronnie Irving. We then proceeded to build the infrastructure on the 17.5 acre site, ensuring that future expansion could be accommodated. So we spent lots of money on extra drainage and what have you. This came at considerable cost to us, and it included an eco-friendly reed bed sewage filtration system and the excavation and flooding of the field to the south. Now, that was a field, it wasn't a wetland, it was grazed. We cut hay on that field. So we created the pond as we did it ourselves, we created it as a feature to go with the hostel in any other future development. We created it, right? So the reason it's a wet place now is because we dammed the water, okay? Now, prior to that, we just grazed sheep on it, but it was a field that could be cut for hay. Just prior to COVID, we submitted an application for more pitches or sites, which was granted without much fuss. However, the impact of COVID on the local area convinced us to pass the project over to someone who specialised in the leisure industry, and that company was Hoy Leisure Limited.
You have 30 seconds to go.
Gordon Hoy, since 2003, he has owned sites in Dumfries and Galloway, and he employs many, many local people. I've spoken to many of the contractors, and they speak highly of him. He owns 2 sites, Kitford Bay and Hullace at Lochmaben, and they are examples of the high standards that he delivers. Now, any questions anybody wants to ask me about this wetland afterwards, I'm happy to answer.
You've came at a very opportune moment. That's your 3 minutes up. So any members have any questions for Mr. Wallace? Councillor Barretti and then Councillor Hazlitt, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. You mentioned Kirkcudbright. In which year were these communications had between yourselves and Kirkcudbright?
Well, right back at the start when we got the very first permission, the whole site, 17.5 acre site, was laid over to Dalbeattie Forest Lodges. It wasn't just the little patch where we put the first few cabins. 2002, 2003, I think it was it? Something in that year. I can't remember the exact time. It's such a long time ago.
Councillor Barretti. That's in the papers on page 22 anyway, as part of the report on previous applications.
But we were approached by the Forest Commission. Wasn't anything that we'd thought about. They came to us and said...
That's fine, Mr. Wallace.
Sorry.
Councillor Hazlitt. And then David will tell Councillor Barretti when the date was. Mr. Wilson, my apologies.
Don't worry about it.
Councillor Hazlitt.
Mr. Wilson, you stated that it was a meadow field
Yes.
previous. Now, meadowland can be, shall we say, damp underneath because it's a good grass growing area rather than a good lay with a good soil in it. It can be sort of. So was it the fact that you dammed the pond
Yes.
that created it?
Well, we could travel the whole place in a tractor before, but the water just runs across underneath the forest road, and we decided, I don't know whether it was wise looking back, but we decided it'd be nice to put the pond feature there, which we dammed the water right up, and that's why the whole area is flooded now, because the water table level is practically at ground level. If that the pond has, sorry, am I right to carry on? The pond has, we've got a control. They have a level control on it, so you can drop the water down, which will dry the land back out a wee bit. It's just the fact the water can't escape till it gets to a certain height. So, with all due respect, it's an artificially created situation. I didn't quite...
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Wilson? In that case, thank you for coming forward, sir.
Thank you.
The last speakers on this agenda item are Alan... Councillor Drysdale, did you want to ask a question of the previous speaker, Mr. Wilson?
I did, if that's possible, Chair. I'm sorry, I know I have to put my hand
A
up.
related thing, would you like to come back, Mr. Wilson? Councillor Drysdale has one question for you. Thank you for coming back again. Councillor Drysdale, when you're ready.
Okay, thanks for letting me in, Chair. I don't know if I'm able to ask this question, but I just wanted to know a wee bit more about Kitford Bay and Dalbeattie. Am I only able to ask questions about the site of in question here, or am I able to ask yourself questions about Hoy themselves? Is that possible? Am I allowed to do that through yourself, Chair?
You can ask Mr. Wilson the question. He's come back to the table.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, Mr. Wilson. Could I just ask a question? With regards to the two sites, the Dalbeattie site as it stands and the Kitford Bay site, are those sites rented out on a 12-monthly basis, or is it a mixture of weekly and 2 weekly rentals? I'd just like to know how the procedure works in both Kitford Bay and Dalbeattie, if that's possible. Thank you.
Can I ask Mr Hoy the answer
This
to that?
is a supporter. This is still Mr Wilson who's speaking to this. The applicant and agent are still to come forward, Councillor Drysdale.
That's absolutely
Okay.
fine. Thank you. Hear from them. Thank
Okay,
you.
so that's fine. So,
Well,
thank
I
you.
didn't know the answer.
Sorry about that confusion, Mr Wilson. Right, okay. We have Alan Cooper and Gordon Hoy coming forward as applicant and agent, both in person. You will have 3 minutes between you, not each, and the same arrangement will apply. I will remind you that you start a presentation. I will remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw it to conclusion. And if you wait, you now have one question from Councillor Drysdale, and you may have others. So just whenever you're ready, gentlemen, and it's a 3-minute session, I will remind you 30 seconds to draw your presentation to a conclusion.
Thank you. This is a tourism development next the coastal road and the main entrance to Seven Staines Forest, which is a highly popular mountain biking and walking area in the southwest of Scotland. I think it's worth reinforcing points made by the planning officer, Toril Glendinning, as there seems to be a little bit of misunderstanding of some aspects. I'm going to start with the preliminary ecological survey which was carried out, and it showed that there is very little of ecological value on the site. It is rough grazing land. It is not a designated wetland. There are no trees in the site, and there's a man-made pond, and there are 4 mature trees at the north end along the stone wall and the east ditch, which was recommended by the ecologists to be retained, and that's exactly what we have in the plan. The ecologists also recommended DNA testing of the man-made pond water, just in case there was evidence of great crested newts. There was no evidence. I think it's also worth just running through another aspect which is quite important to, and spent a lot of time on this. We undertook a drainage impact and flood risk assessment, which is based on a 1 in 200 year flood, which is quite significant, with a further percentage for climate change. Now, the ground levels will be raised around the man-made pond, and all surface water will drain northwards away from the development. The planning officer described how this will be done, and we are actually retaining a low-lying wet area as a sort of flood storage area to take the overflow from the man-made pond, and the east ditch, which drains the site, does so through a culvert, which eventually ends up in the Ur water. The scheme has been approved by the Council and SEPA. Yes, the development is surrounded by trees on 3 sides on land out with the application site, owned by Forestry and Land. The main entrance, car parks, and mountain biking trails leading into the forest that run round 3 sides, which you saw on the location plan of the site, are all within what is designated a long-established woodland of plantation origin. That's the 2nd category of ancient woodland. But through that, there are the access into the forest, and all the paths lead off. So around 3 sides of the site, you have public access running through the designated woodland. What's interesting about that is that the boundary is out beyond the boundary of the application site. Nature Scotland, the statutory nature conservation body, had no objection to the development. This will provide holiday accommodation for mountain bikers,
Can you
walkers.
draw your presentation to conclusion, please?
Right, I just 1 sentence to read. It will provide holiday accommodation for mountain bikers, walkers and visitors to the area, which is exactly what Forest and Land Scotland's own tourism policy promotes, and is doing itself in Glentress Forest near Peebles, part of the Seven
I'm going to
Staines
have to stop
Forest.
you, sir. You just can't continue. 3.5 minutes now. So if you've something final to say, and then very brief.
Okay, this is a development which will be an asset for the BTA and will help to sustain the local economy. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you gentlemen would wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. Any questions for the applicant and agent? Councillor Thompson and then Councillor Johnson.
Chair, I'll defer to Councillor Drysdale because I think she was going to ask a question before.
Councillor Drysdale was, and apparently, according to our governance officer, Councillor Johnson indicated she wanted to speak before you, so if you're happy to defer to her, I'll come to you last. So Councillor Drysdale, then Councillor Johnson, then Councillor Thompson. Thank you. Pauline?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. Thanks, Chair, for letting me in. I'd just like to ask yourself a few questions about the operation of hoys, if that's possible. I know the site at Ketford, and obviously I've passed the site at Dalbeattie on a number of occasions, being a walker and a runner and a cyclist. So I just wanted to know, do you rent out these properties on a weekly or 2 weekly basis, or do customers buy the actual, I know you're calling them caravans, they're not log cabins, I think they're caravans with fascia, is my understanding of it. And I just wondered if you could tell us how you actually operate as a business, because that would be helpful to my decision-making process, if that's possible. Thank you so much.
Yes, we rent out caravans, and also it's like half and half, to rent and buy also. So that's what
That's sufficient for you, Councillor Drysdale?
Very much so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Maureen Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question. Where has it ever been demonstrated through Howick Leisure Limited that there is a need for such a development of this size in this area? Thank you.
Yeah, I believe there is a need for this badly. I've spoken to a lot of businesses in Dalbeattie, and every one of them has supported this in this area. So.
Thank you. You want to come back, Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. No, it was just for the amount of objections that have been coming through. Was there such a need for this development? Thank you.
Mind you, in a case like this, these gentlemen have decided that's the scale of development they want to introduce, and that's what we are asked to consider today. Did you want to respond to the size of the development, sir?
I think what you've got to remember is that this is in a mountain biking area where the policy of Forestry and Land Scotland is to promote more visitors. And you'll probably remember that Tom Piddock won a gold medal for mountain biking at the Olympic Games in Paris this year. So I can foresee more demand for people coming to the forest here and providing accommodation for them is exactly what they would enjoy, and it would allow them an extended stay within the area and use of the forest.
Thank you for that response. Councillor Stephen Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. And it's maybe about the impact of increased demand at that location, which can be a positive, but also has impacts as well. So we've heard in the representations about the security of any boundary fencing, with a concern about livestock or just inappropriate moving into other people's property. Could you maybe give us an assurance about what treatment you'll be able to do to that? In the report it talks about a stone wall, etc., but that doesn't mean it's necessarily secure enough to protect livestock. And the other thing is there's been a bit of talk about the SEPA side of things, but I'm also hearing a bit about hot tubs. And can you give an assurance about how the wastewater from hot tubs would be captured and drained properly, presumably through Scottish Water or some other source of wastewater drainage system? Thank you.
I'll deal with the last point first. This is an issue for a lot of caravan parks dealing with the wastewater from hot tubs, which have to be regularly refurbished with fresh water. This would go into the system, which leads to a large private sewage treatment plant, and eventually the outfall goes into the reed bed that exists. Sorry, I have forgotten what was the first part of your question. Apologies.
So I suppose you've described what happens just now with the reed bed system, etc. I'm just asking about the increase in usage, if you like, from the hot water. And the first part of the question was to do with the boundary treatment and fencing.
The boundary on the north side of the site is an existing stone wall, which we really want to keep, partly because the ecologists recommended that in terms of being a source for insects and birds perhaps to nest. The boundary around the west side will probably have to be looked at to be made more secure. It's an existing post and wire fence, and we probably wish to upgrade that. The boundary on the south side, which is some distance away from where the biking trails are, we will have a look at. The boundary on the east side is on the other side, the east side of an existing ditch, which we are retaining as a feature, which was recommended by the ecologist. Now, that boundary is actually within the woodland, and we would probably look at that. It's rather tatty fence at the moment, so I would assure you we would try and improve the security of the boundary, both from a point of view of not wanting people who are actually not holidaying on the site coming in through the forest, or the other way around. There is a gate just by the toilet block, and we would, and I know this has been the case in past, that Gordon here has provided temporary parking accommodation on site for competitors who took part in the Hard Knot Trail contest. So there is a means of going from one to the other through a gate that exists.
Right, you go, Councillor Thompson, thank you. If there are no further, Councillor Giusti, please.
Thanks, Chair. Mr Hoyt, I'm looking at a lot of your objections here. You've got 142, many of which are from out with the area. I'm seeing Dudley, Lincoln, etc. What's your understanding of why you've got so many objections from out with Dumfries and Galloway? It seems quite significant if you're looking at that it's got a national, it's significant nationally.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. But I know there's people in the forest getting positions of everybody who's come and visit the area and ask them to sign a petition against me to stop this from going through. But it's everybody from the local area is supporting it. So I don't know why everybody from Lincoln, Manchester, Birmingham, all these other areas is going against me. I've no reason for it whatsoever. Don't know the purpose.
Thanks, Councillor Giusti. Thank you. If there are no other questions now, thank you, gentlemen, for coming forward. If you take a seat again, members were in session, and I know that Councillor Bright had a question in relation to a previous representation. So if you can ask it to Torrell first, and if she can't reply, I will ask David to help, and then I see Councillor Slater has a question as well. So when you're ready, Councillor Barretti.
Thank you, Chair. There's been much said about the wetland, whether it's natural or created, unfortunately, or just by man or whatever reason. Why hasn't that been more highlighted by the SEPA, and what are the implications if there are in fact is legislation? Because if anything was done prior to 2000, and I think in the comments as you made, Chair, 2002, 2003, but it was referred that it was Kirkcudbright. Well, we've moved on and we've got MPF4 and various other legislation. So how does that then impact on this particular planning application?
Torrell, if you can help, that'll be fine. If no, you can defer to David.
I would just say that obviously when we assess planning applications, we have to assess a wide range of considerations, and this is quite a specific issue that we would rely on SEPA and Nature Scott to give us advice on, because it's relatively specialist. So both of them were consulting and none of them raised any issues. So we took the view that there was no reason we would ask for any further information in regards to potential issues on wetland. Yeah, David might want to supplement that.
Thanks, Torrell. David's looking up the preliminary ecological appraisal. That might help.
Yes, it's just obviously to stress that the applicant did actually submit this preliminary ecological appraisal with the application. The different bodies look at different aspects. So SEPA, for example, specifically asked to be consulted on certain aspects, and we have to state why. So the flooding, although it's maybe not been made as a big point today, it was one of the issues which I know Torrell had to deal with during the processing of the application. So that was why SEPA were asked about that. There's a separate licensing regime which SEPA deal with, the CARS regs. So anything which is required under that would also need to go to SEPA as a separate license. But the body of the Scottish Government that look after flora and fauna and the natural environment is NatureScot, and they have not raised any objections to this application. And those comments from both SEPA and NatureScot are on the Council's website.
Thanks, Councillor Barretti. We now have Councillor David Slater, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Looking at all this information today and obviously the high level of objections, I propose that we should have a site visit. I think it's very important to see the site, and it'll help us make up our minds. There's a lot of issues here, perimeter fences, wetland, access by the public into the land and out with the land as well, fences that probably will possibly have to be built. So I do propose that we actually look at that in more depth. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for that, Councillor Slater. Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I was actually going to go and say let's go with the recommendations and that, but obviously we've now got a process issue to deal with regards a site visit. I suggest that we don't do a site visit. I think we've got enough information in front of us here today, and I'm happy to move that as an amendment.
Thank you. I have Councillor Stephen Thompson, and then I'll look for supporters for either a site visit or not site visit, the case may be. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. So I think just on listening to the discussion so far and the contribution from representatives and the developer and agent, I would be interested in just attaching a further condition, if it was reasonable, in terms of the fencing or boundary treatment, so that I know the developer said they would be looking at that, but I think there has been something there that I think would be reasonable to ask, that the boundary on the east, west and south side, obviously protecting the wall on the north side, as in the report, could be made secure, so it would protect the amenity, privacy and security of both the visitors to the site and also the existing residents and the livestock. So I'm just sort of seek through yourself, Chair, if that would be a reasonable condition in line with what we've heard and just the concerns, etc. And also, I'm wondering if there is a method to highlight the Scottish Water response. They've said it's okay about water supply, but I'm not convinced if there's a mechanism by which, if there was an issue with hot water contaminants getting into the ground or something like that, that we would have a clear mechanism to actually follow that up as ward councillors or councillors. So I don't know if I could maybe get a bit of advice of that, just for assurance. And finally, I would be happy to second Councillor Dryborough, if that's helpful.
Fine, because I was going to say the first thing we have to do is decide, our business stops until we decide whether or not we have a site visit. So if we have a site visit, you will need to reserve that until the next time. But at the moment, you're supporting Councillor Dryborough that we do not have a site visit. And I'm now looking for a supporter for David Slater, who has proposed we do have a site visit, and I see Councillor Drysdale has raised her hand. So, Councillor Drysdale, I trust it's to support Councillor Slater. If no, then we will need to wait until that particular element of the business is conducted before we proceed. Councillor Drysdale, please.
Yeah, Chair, I'd just like to make some comments if possible, because I don't know, are we actually in session at the moment?
Session has stopped because we have been asked to conduct a site visit. So I have a proposal from Councillor Dryborough that we do not, seconded by Councillor Thompson. I have a proposal from Councillor Slater that we do, and if he gets a seconder, then we decide on whether or no to determine the application today, in which case you'll be invited to make your observations, or we have the site visit and then we reconvene, and at that stage you and Stephen, who has put a proposal up about a number of additional conditions he would want us to consider, that will only be done after we decide whether or not we have a site visit. So We have a proposal and seconder that we don't, and we have a proposal that we do who currently does not have a seconder. So, no, you can't proceed at the moment unless you've got a second. Councillor Slater.
Yeah, but Chair, surely I have the right to ask for a counter amendment, should I so wish.
A councillor amendment to what? You can't do a counter amendment. We either have a site visit or we don't.
Okay, well, I'll second the site visit then. Thank you.
Say this again, please.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. I will second the site visit because, for a number of reasons, I believe that there are a number of issues with this application. Thank you.
Does that say? So we now have a proposal from Councillor Dryburgh that we have enough information, seconded by Councillor Thompson. We have an amendment by Councillor Slater, supported by Councillor Drysdale. Tracy, can you just confirm what the motion amendment is, please, and then take us to the vote?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Motion proposed by Councillor Dryburgh, seconded by Councillor Thompson, and that's to deal with the application at the meeting today without the need for a site visit. And the amendment is proposed by Councillor Slater, seconded by Councillor Drysdale, and that's to defer consideration of this application until a site visit has been arranged. Chair?
Motion.
Vice Chair?
Amendment.
Councillor Beretti?
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor Crothers? Councillor Crothers? We'll come back to Councillor Crothers. Councillor Davis?
Amendment.
Councillor Dryburgh?
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Hill?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Howie?
Motion.
Councillor Hislop?
Motion.
Councillor Maureen Johnston?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Jordan?
Motion, please.
Councillor Slater? Councillor Thompson?
Motion.
Councillor Crothers? I'll take it Councillor Crothers is absent for this item. So the motion is approved.
I think he's having internet connections. I know he was having them earlier.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hill. The motion is carried by 8 votes to 6, so the application will be dealt with today without a site visit.
Thank you, Member. So we proceed to determine this application today. So I trust that Mr Sutty has taken account of the observations that Stephen made in relation to conditions that he would like to see attached, which we will have to consider once we receive advice on whether or no it's reasonable to attach such conditions. So do you want Councillor Thompson to repeat it, David, or are you content with the observations already made?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in terms of boundary enclosure condition, members will note condition 5 is looking at particularly the tree protection, but it isn't actually looking at long-term boundary enclosures, so quite happy to have that as an additional condition. That wouldn't be a problem. In terms of Scottish Water and SEPA issues, what we normally do is attach those as directives to any permission, alerting the applicant and agent to the comments made by the relevant statutory consultees, and for them to then take that up under their appropriate licensing regimes. So that's what we would do in this instance as well.
You always have also have the question about the discharge of water from the hot tubs and whether or no there's satisfactory treatment before it's discharged into open water course.
Yes, Chair, that's what would come under the SUDS CARS regulations, so that would be covered by the directive I just mentioned.
Anything else you want to add, Councillor Thompson?
No, thanks for allowing that, Chair. And just to say that if members are happy with that, then I would propose that we go there. Yeah.
I don't see any objections at the moment, but I'll come back just to clarify all matters before we're concluded. So I did tell Councillor Drysdale I would come back to her, followed by Councillor Dryburgh, followed by Councillor Hislop. So it's Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much, Chair, for letting me in. I'd just like to make a statement. In my opinion, parts of this application does not meet with LDB2 policy OP2, as the proposal doesn't relate well to scale, density, massing character, appearance and use of the surrounding area. In this case, I would like to ask David Sutty, if that's possible, if we are able to go through a number of things that potentially could be put in as conditions in addition to the other conditions that Councillor Thompson has already requested, which are sensible. These are as follows, as there are so many issues in this application that require addressing, and we can see this by the amount of objections, and also because I do actually know the site and the area quite well. So I would like to ask if we could identify the following. Are we able to look at the size of the application and the massing of it? I think it's too big. I think we need to look at the protection of ancient trees and woodland, and more detail in the planting of additional trees to protect the path between the two car parks. I think we need to protect the species. I think we need to look at a lighting limitation from a certain time of the evening to protect neighbours and also our dark sky parks. We need to look at noise pollution. I think from the knowledge I have of the area, this is the first time this applicant, which is, you know, a fair enough proposal in terms of what he's asking with regards to hot tubs, but we know what happens in Dumfries and Galloway when we have a mass introduction of hot tubs. The noise pollution is horrendous, and there are nearby housing, and also it is a place of natural beauty where we go to cycle, walk and run. I'd like to condition in higher fences, especially for the neighbouring property at the cafe. It's quite justified with the issues that we've got with regards to dog attacks and what's happening with, you know, attacks with sheep and cows across our area, as well as chickens. I'd like to look at limits on the timings of the hot tub usage. Sorry, I think I've already said that. And I'd also like to really discuss and go into detail with David, if it's possible. I'm sorry to be pushy on this, with regards to the use of second homes and the management of this. We've got real problems in some of our other caravan parks, and this was alluded to earlier in the presentation and the discussion today. So it was just really to see if we can input all of those things, or I totally understand that this may be me asking for the applicant to reapply entirely. So really, David's advice would be most graciously accepted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. I think some of them will be unachievable because noise pollution is an environmental standards issue. We can't condition that, and management would down to the site owner. But I will ask David to go through your points one at a time, see if there's some way they can reasonably be incorporated into an approval if we indeed decide to approve this application. And then we'll have to summarise at the end of the debate, because I still have Councillor Dryborough and I still have Councillor Hislop looking to make an observation or a statement or a proposal. So I'll ask David at this juncture to see what we can do to accommodate some of the points you raised, and if members then would be willing to accept them if a proposal was to be supported by this committee. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was scribbling down notes rapidly, so apologies if I miss anything. We can run back over it. Trees. There are no trees within the site that are going to be affected. The trees which are potentially affected are ones which are out with the site, and condition 5 deals with that. If we have to look at, as part of that condition, a minor realignment of the road, particularly along the western boundary, to make sure that these trees are going to be protected, but bearing in mind that there's no deep foundations proposed here, then I'd be happy to do that as part of condition 5. Additional planting, we could only condition planting within the application site. We cannot condition it within the land which falls out with. So if you're looking to block any gaps within the existing trees along the footpath, then that isn't something which falls within the site. We couldn't condition that, but we could look at whatever planting as part of condition 2 would fill in some of the gaps, but within the application site. Lighting is covered by condition 4. I don't think it would be reasonable or enforceable to have an hours of operation on that one within a privately owned caravan site. Noise, as the Chair's rightly said, antisocial. A caravan site in itself does not create noise necessarily. It's the antisocial use of some caravan sites, but that is not a material planning consideration. It would be something either for the Police Scotland to look at, or indeed if it's a statutory noise nuisance, environmental health. Fencing I've already agreed to cover with an additional condition that Councillor Thompson has mentioned. Second homes is not something that we can consider, but we can consider the occupancy, which is condition 8. So I think many of the issues that have been mentioned are already covered by conditions or the additional condition about fencing, or some are beyond the control of the planning authority.
I trust that helps, Councillor Drysdale. Councillor Dryborough, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just to second Councillor Thompson's acceptance with that additional recommendation. Happy to second that.
Thank you. Well, it's your proposal. I'm presuming you just accept the suggestion by Councillor Thompson.
Absolutely.
Which, if other members do, that will be fine. Last registered speaker, I think, is Councillor Hislop. Then we'll go to determination.
It's with regard to the additional fencing condition, which I agree with, but we heard from the applicant's agent that one of the fences is within the ancient woodland and isn't actually within the site. Can we condition that? Because I think we should have a fence around the whole property for both the public safety going in and the residents within the car park. So would we be looking to have a fence within that boundary? It's the one, was it Eastern, I think the applicant said, that was in the ancient woodland. And if it's not within the site, can we actually condition that one, or can we condition to have a fence put in there?
I will ask Toril, and if she wants, she can defer to David.
Yeah, on the eastern side, there is an open ditch that is within the applicant's control, I believe, and then beyond that, there's just woodland. So if it was deemed necessary, then I'm sure we could condition a fence on the other side of the ditch within the applicant.
So that's something we can do. So that, again, if we can maybe summarise, Tracy, can you assist? So Councillor Thompson suggested a fence. Councillor Hislop thinks it's necessary to compensate for the fact that one of the fences is out with the application site, and Toril has said it would have to be the wrong side or the other side of the open ditch. If that's right and every member's content with that, then we can go with that as an additional recommendation. Currently that would be the only one, although I do see Councillor Drysdale looking to come back in again. So far we have a proposal that if we agree this recommendation with the addition of fencing, and we're quite specific that one fence will have to be introduced into the application site that isn't currently there. I've got Councillor Drysdale, Stephen Thompson, and I'll come back to you. Councillor Drysdale, please.
Yeah, Chair, I'm sorry, I don't know quite how to word this, but I'm just not quite sitting comfortably with the scale and massing that it links with LDP2 policy. So I suppose I just have to not confirm that I'll agree with the application today. Either that, or is there any other method I can use to say that I just don't think it meets LDP policy 02 on the size, scale and massing is really the density of the application is what I'm not comfortable with. And I don't think I've really got any support on that from the way that the discussion's going. I'm not anti the proposal, but I just feel the scale, massing and size of it for this particular site, not other sites owned by this particular company, but I just think the location is not correct for the surrounding area. And I don't know how I go about if I have to put in an amendment or if we're going to vote at all on this one, or I just have to stand back and sit back on it. I just would do with some, I could do with some advice from David or yourself. Thank you.
At the moment, Councillor Drysdale, we neither have a proposal to approve nor one to refuse. We had a debate about whether or not a site visit would be conducted, and Councillor Thompson did say if there was a willingness to approve this application, would a condition that he suggested be added. So we currently don't have a motion nor an amendment. Councillor Thompson, please.
Okay, so I would move that we do grant this application with the conditions as described, and also the directive that David mentioned, just in terms of the Scottish Water wastewater treatment. But I think he said that would be included as part of the permission going forward. And just in terms of the fencing, I think when you were laying it out there, I wasn't sure how many fences there were on which side of the ditch they were on, but I think what we're really asking for is that the fences within the development site boundary are made secure for the amenity and security of residents and livestock, etc. alike. And I think that would mean it would be on the development side of the ditch, if I'm understanding it correctly. But I think as long as we're precise about that, I think that's as long as we can get that.
The simplest thing would be, Councillor Thompson, if we are agreeable, then we delegate to officers how that's sorted, and Torrell would deal with that. But I think she did say the fence would have to be in the opposite side of the ditch from the development, but still within the ownership of the site. But no matter, we're not dealing with that. We're going to delegate that to officers to ensure there's a fence around the perimeter of the site in a manner and a style and a type that officers see as appropriate. Happy with that?
I so move.
Thank you. So only now we have a motion to approve. Councillor Drysdale, I see Councillor Dryborough coming in, but Councillor Drysdale did ask if she was able to put an amendment. So the amendment would not to be amend anything, it would be simply to refuse on the grounds that you're about to set out. Councillor Drysdale.
I think Councillor Driver was before me, Chair. Thanks.
Councillor Dryborough.
Happy second Councillor Thompson's.
Okay, so currently we have a motion and a seconder. Last shout, Councillor Drysdale. If you want to put up an alternative proposal, please do.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we will go with the motion as set out, and I will ask governance to tell us what that is. Tracy wants to offer some advice, so governance, please.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Drysdale, if it helps you, if you want to put forward an amendment to the proposal in line with our policies, then you're obviously able to do that. And if there's no seconder to support you in that, we can record your dissent for the decision that's taken.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much, Tracy. Is it all right to come back in, Chair, and I'll make my statement?
Yeah, it's no statement. You can't make a statement. A proposal, and it would be to refuse because we have already a proposal to approve.
I understand. So I'd like to make an amendment that this application doesn't meet with LDP2 policy, OP2, as it doesn't relate well to the scale, density, massing, character, appearance and use of the surrounding area. I think it just needs to be a smaller application. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Drysdale? Councillor Maureen Johnson.
I would like to second Councillor Drysdale's amendment. Thank you.
Okay, you can no longer then record your dissent, Councillor Drysdale. We now have an amendment in place. So there will be no further debate. We have a motion and amendment. Can you remind members, Tracy, please, what the motion is, including the delegation to officers about perimeter fence and the directive that's to be sent as well as part of the motion, and encompass as much as you can the objection Councillor Drysdale has put forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the motion is proposed by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Dryborough, and that's to approve the application as per the report, with an additional condition to be attached around the security and the boundary fencing within the application site, and the directives to be attached to the decision to do with the consultees around Scottish Water and the drainage system. And the amendment is proposed by Councillor Drysdale, seconded by Councillor Maureen Johnston. Apologies, Councillor Drysdale, I was scribbling as fast as I could. To refuse the application on the grounds that it's contrary to LDP2 policy OB2, that on the scale and massing of the development does not relate well to the local surrounding area. Was that capture what you said, Councillor Drysdale?
I'm okay to come in, Chair, just to read it out again for Tracy. I think it would be helpful to get it right. So is that okay, Chair? Can I come back in?
I'll just Are you satisfied with that, Pauline? Yes.
No, no, I'm not actually. Sorry, Chair. Is it okay to read it out again for Tracy?
Read it out again then, please.
Thank you. It doesn't meet with LDP2 policy OP2 as the proposal doesn't relate well to the scale, density, massing, character, appearance and use of the surrounding area. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Pauline. I will just confirm with David that that's an acceptable proposal, and then we'll go to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. At risk of being pedantic, I wouldn't like to have the word massing in there, that if it's going to go to has the potential to go to an appeal if it's refused, simply because you're talking about caravan stances here. Massing is something in terms of the bulk of a physical building. So because the caravans don't actually need planning permission, it's the stances and the engineering operations that do, then I think you'd be incorrect to use the word massing. But I think if you're saying that the scale and density and character of the development in itself, that would be a competent ground. I don't know if Laura has any comment on that one as well. No, shaking her head.
Are you content to accept that advice, Councillor Drysdale, and rephrase your amendment?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm happy to do that and remove the word massing as per David Sutty's recommendations. I understand why he has pointed that out. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will ask our Governance Officer once again to read out the terms of the motion and the amendment and then go straight to the vote. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So motion proposed by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Drybra, to approve as per the report with the additional condition around the security and the site fence and boundary within the application site and the directives around Scottish Water. Amendment proposed by Councillor Drysdale, seconded by Councillor Maureen Johnston, to refuse the application that does not comply with LDP2 policy OP2 as the development does not relate well to the scale and density and character and the appearance of the development and the use of the surrounding area. Chair?
Motion.
Vice Chair?
Motion.
Councillor Baretti?
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor Crothers?
Amendment.
Councillor Davis?
Amendment.
Councillor Drybra?
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Hill?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Howie?
Motion.
Councillor Hislop?
Motion.
Councillor Johnson?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Jordan?
Motion, please.
Councillor Slater?
Amendment.
And Councillor Thompson?
Motion.
So the motion is carried 9 votes to 6. The application has been approved with the additional condition and the directives to be attached.
Thank you very much. Thank you, members. We move on to agenda item number 5. An application for the installation of 4 8-metre high floodlighting columns at Gatehouse Primary School, Gatehouse of Fleet. This is a full application, reference number 24/0950/full. Recommendations to approve subject conditions, and the case officer is Torrell Glendinning again. So Torrell, if you'd like to take us through your presentation, please. Councillor Baretti.
If it's okay, what I'll do, Chair, is excuse myself from the room at the moment because I think the heating system's upsetting my sinuses and my eyes. So if you could give me a few minutes, I'll log on my computer.
Okay, we'll just have a 5-minute break. It's close to lunchtime, but we have 2 registered speakers for agenda item 6. So, in fact, we could go to agenda item 6 when Councillor Betty logs on and then stop for lunch. It's up to you, members. You want to do 5 and 6 or just go to 6? 5 and 6, okay.
I'm just going to get Councillor Lowe back in, Chair.
And we'll get Councillor Lowe back online as well. Fiona, will you do me a favour, please, and see when Councillor Brett is logged on? Oh, we see it here.
Yeah, I can see.
We'll see it here. Okay. Okay, so a 5-minute recess just until Councillor Brett gets sorted. Move on to agenda item number 5, an application for the installation of 4 8-metre high floodlighting columns at Gatehouse Primary School, Gatehouse of Fleet. Full application, reference number 24/0950/full. Recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and our case officer is Torrell Glendinning again. So, Torrell, take us through your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is at Planning Applications Committee today, as it is a council application and it has also received more than 6 objections. So here is the location plan. It's located just to the north of Gatehouse of Fleet Primary School. And a closer look here at the block plan and the layout of the MUGA, which has already been constructed. MUGA is short for multi-use, multi-use games area, but that's already been constructed under permitted development rights. So what we're looking at is just the floodlighting columns and the floodlights. So again, a more close-up plan of the MUGA, and the location of the floodlights is basically the small circle in each corner. And the elevations of the typical floodlight columns that would be installed. This plan shows the flood lighting contours that the lighting would produce out with the site. So the lighting is quite specific onto the actual games area, but there will be some light spillage, and these contours show that. So the furthest contour away from the Mugga is a 5 lux light level. And here that same plan has been superimposed onto the block plan, so it just shows you how far this 5 lux contour will be from the nearest residential dwelling houses. And these are the luminaires proposed. And this plan just shows how these will be aimed to get the maximum lighting onto the games area. So moving on to photographs, this shows the site looking in a northwesterly direction. And here we're looking west. And we moved to the other side now, looking southwest. And this is an area separating the site and the neighbouring dwellings to the north, or northwest, and also to the north. So there's some trees and shrubbery in this area. And then beyond this trees and shrubbery, there's more playground or green area that belongs to the school, where they've got some greenhouses and things like that. And here we've got the site looking to the south with the school in the background. And then panning to the left or to the east. Yeah, same view again, just panning slightly east. And again, view of the site looking north. And looking east. And again, just a slightly different view looking east. You can see one of the closest residential dwellings just behind the hedge on the left-hand side there. And then another view looking northeast, where you can see a little bit again of a residential dwelling. So as set out in the conclusion of the report, the proposal is considered to be acceptable, subject to the conditions that is detailed in the report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Torrell. Questions for our case officer, Councillor Giusti?
Thanks, Chair. This is bringing back memories of a case that I've dealt with in Stranraer, where we've got similar lighting put on a Mugga. And the report for that one is a 5 lumens. 5 lumens is quite a low threshold for these lightings. I think John Hiscox knows the one I'm talking about. No, I thought I saw you involved in that. But one of the things that I've noticed in this application is there's no cowl around these lights at the top to stop any kind of any light flooding into other properties. Could we condition that at the end that they have to have a cowl over them? Because although it's an LED light and it is pointing us in a specific area, no matter where you are, as long as you're below that, you're going to get a bit of that bright white light, even though it might not be directed at you. And I've seen that before.
Torrell?
So I think the way these luminaires have been designed, they have been designed to pinpoint lights. So I'm not sure if it's necessary, but we did also consult with the street lighting specialist at the council, because obviously they know this even better than us. And they didn't recommend that, so I'm not sure if it's necessary, especially when looking at the contours that have been shown to be so far away from residential properties, but it might be something we can look at.
Is it possible the cowl have been built into the lighting, Torrell?
It's possible. I'm not a lighting expert, but yeah.
David?
Yes, I do know the one Councillor Giusti's talking about. The difference is that those are lights which are angled that way. The critical thing here is there's a condition this way as well, that nothing should be above 0 degrees. So it's got to be absolutely flat. And because these are LED lights rather than your traditional sort of floodlights, They are pinpointed down. There will be an element of spillage, but there will be no dazzling, which I think is the critical thing. So yes, we with the benefit of hindsight 12 years on, there are conditions that we wouldn't necessarily attach again that we did in the Stranraer one. So yeah, if there is proven to be any statutory nuisance in terms of light, that is something Environmental Health have the powers to deal with under their legislation.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. It's again on that light pollution. So in the pictures you showed the hedge around the boundary of the site, which obviously would help protect the visual impact on the neighbouring properties. But there's nothing, I mean, there's nothing to say that that hedge couldn't be taken away at some point. So is there something that would protect, if not a hedge, and there might be reasons that you need to remove a hedge, but could protect some kind of suitable light shading boundary, if you like, because that's the bedrock on which this is sort of built, if you like, that hedge is there and those properties wouldn't otherwise be affected by the light when it's on. So it's just really see if that's something would be within our gift, within the development site as the local authority, and also or some other equivalent condition that would protect that visual amenity with the light pollution.
Torrell?
So the light spillage that has been assessed is not really taken into account the hedge. It's actually really looked at the contours that were provided that shows how far any light spillage would go. And the 5 lux is deemed to be an acceptable level within a built-up area. Anything below that or between 1 and 2 lux apparently can be achieved from moonlight on a clear night. So 5 lux is supposed to be acceptable, and that 5 lux contour is approximately 22 metres away from the nearest dwelling, so there's still a big buffer after the 5 lux contour.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm just sort of mindful of the feedback from the members of the community as well, and also, I mean, it occurs to me that even with LED lights with directional lighting, you can still see them. They're just maybe not shining right in your eye. So, I mean, that's the thing about lights. They're still very visible. And I'm just conscious, if you're living next door to that and there's a hedge there, that might be fine because it, you know, it acts as a sort of nighttime barrier if you're on shifts or something, I don't know. But either way, it does make reference to it in 4.8 that the hedge and the trees are there as part of that in terms of the visual impact. So it either is something or it isn't, if you see what I mean. And I'm suggesting that if it's in there, it's probably a material weight of some level, and I'm just thinking, could that be protected in some way, that at least there's something that would protect the visual impact of the lights for the neighbouring residents. So it's just a suggestion. I'm just wondering if there's a practical way to take that forward. Thank you.
I'll ask David to come in, Stephen, but there's always the issue that if it were in our ownership anyway, the hedge, if some problem arose, we would be required through common decency to fix it. But I'll ask David to give some advice because we can't go attaching conditions that are unreasonable.
Chair, you took the words right out of my mouth. That's what I was actually going to say, is that in this particular instance, it has been assessed as a, if you like, a bare earth strategy, that from the light contours, given there wouldn't be planning grounds to refuse it, the fact that the hedges and shrubberies are there is beneficial, but we actually own them, so that I would hope that the council would not be taking down their hedges, because it's you don't need them to be there, but they certainly assist. It'd be better that they are there. But I can't condition it. That's what you're going to ask.
And there's no doubt there's soft in the appearance, that's the only thing. Stephen, did you want to come back again?
Yeah, it's just last chance as a sort of third go, as it were. But yeah, so clearly they are a benefit as they are just now. We might not be able to condition it. I don't want to take planning decisions on the basis of hope, because I know that the council's changed a lot in the last few decades, so you never say never. So I'm just sort of thinking, while they might be within our control, that doesn't mean anything going forward if there's nothing there to say. And by the way, always try and maintain the hedges, or presumption against removing them at least. So I don't know if you're saying we can't condition it, so we can just basically comment and do nothing. Is that what you're saying?
We can attach a comment to the approval provided we approve it, but again, Torrell did tell us that the light doesn't spill to that extent, so we shouldn't really be adding something that's unreasonable. So we'll catch that if we're prepared to approve it. I'll ask Torrell and David just to summarise where we are, because Councillor Slater wants to make I hope it's a proposal, no an observation.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Doral, I must admit, on street lighting, sometimes people ask for guards to be fitted, and they seem to work very well. They do put the house into shadow. You don't see many, but there is some. And as regarding a guiding where LEDs shine, I found out that my car does that automatically. It doesn't dip. I had to ask the garage about it. It's still on like full beam, but it moves the headlight slightly, just moves it slightly across, so cars come towards you, don't dip. It's quite amazing, really, but so there is ways and means of doing that. Thank you. So it was an observation, sorry.
I was going to say, this is supposed to be questions for the case officer. There's not a conversation about floodlighting. Right, okay, so it would appear with the point that Councillor Thompson has raised, it would appear everybody else is comfortable with the proposal. So, Torrell, can you summarise where we are? We can't place a condition in this. Are you content that the floodlighting will not splay to the extent of the hedge, whether the hedge is there or no?
Yes, so the application has been assessed on, like David said, a more bare ground approach. The hedging hasn't really been taken into account, although it is beneficial. But if it wasn't there, the drawings and the information still shows that there should be no light spillage into neighbouring properties.
Thanks, Torrell. So I guess if we send a note with an approval, if we're going to approval, we prefer to see the hedging retained for cosmetic purposes and the comfort of residents nearby, that would be sufficient. Would that, is that what you're able to do, David?
Yes, as ever, Chair, with a council application or indeed any application, it's open to yourself to put a directive on things that we would advise you that you can't condition can always be covered by direction. So it's there on file, and given that this is a council proposal, then you would certainly hope that they would take good note of that.
Content with that, Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, so if it needs somebody to actually move the application, then happy to do so with that directive attached, if members are happy to support that. Thank you.
I don't see any dissent. If members are all content, we'll just approve this application. Tracy can confirm the decision of the committee, please.
Thanks, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to the conditions in the report, with the directive attached requiring the hedge to be maintained, or a request for the hedge to be maintained.
Thank you, Tracy. Move on to agenda item number 6, an application for the erection of detached domestic stable at Rogate, Rankin Heights, Lochmaben. This is a full application, reference number 24/1692/full. Recommendations to approve subject conditions. Case officer is Lindsay Little, but Chris McTeer, I think, is taking us through Lindsay's presentation. So whenever you're ready, Chris, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, just so members are aware, I'm presenting on behalf of Lindsay Little as part of my new role as the Principal Planner for Minor Applications, which is why members haven't had to listen to my dulcet tones for a few months now. So the application is in front of the committee today, as it's been called in by a local council member. So, as you can see, the application is located to the north on the periphery of Lochmaben. As you can see there, I will zoom in to a slightly closer one here as well. So, Rogate, along with the neighbouring properties at Fairhaven and Chessington, are located in Rankin Heights, as I say, just on the periphery at the north of Lochmaben, just off the B7020 road, which runs up to Templand and Millisbrigg. As you can see on the location plan to the left there, the three dwellings are located diagonally across their plots, and it's a point that Lindsay raised within the the report for members that the reason this application requires planning permission is because it's forward of the principal elevation of the existing dwelling house. So it's even though it's located to the rear of the plot, the principal elevation runs diagonally across this one. So planning permission is sought for the erection of an outbuilding to serve as a stable, tack room and store. Footprint of 35 square metres, so it's 7.9 metres by 4.4. The roof is monopitched with a maximum height of 3.1 metres, sloping down to 2.7 at the boundary side, rather the eastern side of the plot. And it will be finished off I have a note of the materials here. Apologies. So black metal profile roof and dark grey wood grain cladding finish to the walls. So running through some photographs, Rogate is located to the left. As you can see, there's an annotation there for that one. And this is looking into the site itself from the road. And you can see that some groundworks have been started here, and you can also see the field paddock to the rear with a gate there, and the building on the right is a garage next door at Fairhaven, and this is just standing with the back to the paddock, looking across the front of Rogate. So again, looking across the site, this is from the rear gable of Rogate towards Fairhaven. And this is just another one looking west across the site. And as you can see, there's the boundary fence to the field on the right. And the field is there. And there is a horse grazing in the background just to the left of the tree. But it's quite difficult to see up in the wall there. So an assessment of the proposal has concluded that there's no major policy conflicts with local and national policy, and for the reasons outlined in the report, it is recommended for approval subject to conditions. And as ever, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for our case officer, Councillor Thompson, please.
Yeah, thanks for this. And you know, I should say that I did call this in because there is a sort of silence within our policy about stables in residential areas, but it's not to say it's unheard of. It's just not necessarily common. So I did want to call it in for that reason. But in terms of the drawings you showed there, is there any indication what the finished height of the outbuilding would be in relation to the actual principal dwelling on the site? So I understand there's a bit of start to groundworks there. I gather that that's moved on a little bit. And I'm just sort of wondering what the total, the height of the building in relation to the ground level. So I'm just wondering if the ground level would be changed or in relation to the building next to it. Thank you.
I don't think there's any significant groundworks proposed, and when you're looking at the photographs, the site is relatively flat across, sort of running from west to east. Maximum height would be at the sort of the western or the left-hand edge as you were looking at it from the road. So that's 3.1 metres. It is just a single story sort of bungalow on site, so it will sit lower down than that. So it's not going to be. It's still going to be subservient, you know. Within there, it's going to appear visually smaller than the existing dwelling house.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, no, I'm conscious of that. I think it's more an assurance because I do have some awareness of the site. So if it's 3.1 metres in height, if the ground below it's been built up like a foundation, for example, you know, it could end up being closer to 4 metres. So I'm just sort of wondering, where would that be? Are you saying that we would expect and we would normally permit something that an outbuilding would be higher than the house itself?
We wouldn't expect an outbuilding to be higher than the building itself. No, it's obviously part of the assessment is to see how, and you know, we look at massing and form and how they sit together. So no, I wouldn't expect it to be higher than the original dwelling house. the applicant is here, so I mean, you could ask if there's any sort of changes to the foundations, but it's a fairly simple sort of wooden outbuilding structure. I don't imagine it needs that much, groundworks to foot it into position.
Councillor Thompson.
So thanks again, Chair. So and the other thing, I think one of the reasons why it's in front of us is because it's proposed to come out in front of the main building. Otherwise, it would be permitted development under that relevant section, 3A. So is it just because of that 4 metres, the fact that it comes out in front, and also in terms of the directive mentioned about surface water treatment? That's obviously a concern, and obviously has come up in the representations within the report. So how do we? It's not attached at the moment in the conditions, but if it were to go forward, how would that be sort of captured? Because obviously that is a concern, and I'm just wondering how the report addresses that, or if you're able to speak to that. Thank you.
Chris.
Yes, you're correct. It's Class 3A that this one falls under the permitted development rights for buildings within the curtilage of a dwelling house. It is simply because of the orientation of the existing house. As you can see from the site plan, the principal elevation is the one that's closest to the road. Presumably the house was sited that way to give it as much sort of house within the plot when it was originally made. So yes, it's although it is to the rear of the plot, if you sort of take a line across the front there, anything that's in front of that line effectively needs planning permission. That's where it runs. So if they were to move it round the rear of the house, it would be permitted development, in totality. So you could have up to 4 metres in height for that particular building itself. Just turning to the issue of Scottish Water, the advice that they have is in their consultation response. I didn't actually have a look at it, but it is pretty much. I imagine it's going to be just standard advice that we have on that, and we don't normally attach directives to committee reports, but it is there and it will be added on once a decision's been made on it.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Now, Councillor Drysdale and Councillor Campbell, and it's still questions for our case officer at the moment. Pauline Drysdale, please.
Keeping me right there, Chair. Thank you. Thanks, case officer, for the presentation. I would just ask a few questions with regards to page 50. 4.6 policy OP1, Chris. We're looking here at the conflict with nearby land use and the character and amenity and potential odour is what I want to bring up. And the information I require is with regards to equine management and stabling of horses. When you tend to put stables up, you always have to consider where you're going to get rid of manure and horse urine, both which have quite a pungent smell, as we all know, and attract flies. So there's nothing in this application today to tell us what the applicant is going to do with regards to disposal of manure and removal of it from the site, and the drainage, which has it's been stated will be looked at later, I assume, will make sure that the potential runoff is taken, as well away from the site and diluted as much as possible, because there is a potential for that to cause quite a few difficulties and problems for neighbours. So it was just to get a wee bit more detail on that, Chris, if it's possible. Thank you, Chair.
I don't think that's part of the planning consideration, the disposal of horse manure or effluent, and there will be other statutory bodies that will deal with that. And the applicant is here. You may be in a position to ask them whether they're able to or willing to tell you about a different matter, of course. But Chris, your response to Councillor Drysdale, please.
I wouldn't have put it any differently myself, Chair. It's no, it's not for it's not for us to work that out. That's the applicant's own arrangements.
Thanks very much, Chris. But the applicant's here, Pauline, so you'll get an opportunity to ask that question. Councillor Campbell, last question for case officer.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm just wondering if we can get the site plan up again, if that's possible. I just wanted to see, in relation to where the next door neighbour's garage is, and thanks, Chris, and the proposal What's the actual distance between the two? I know the boundary, the garage looks as if it's actually right on the boundary, but it's just for the case that next door neighbours, you know, access for maintenance, for example, or even the proposal having access to get to the side. That kind of distance apart.
Chris?
Yeah, the plan indicates that the garage is on the boundary, and the proposed outbuilding is going to be set back a metre from it. So there is still room there for that. But as with any development that involves a shared common boundary, the grant of planning permission doesn't grant any access over neighbouring land to complete that. That's a civil matter.
Thanks, Chair. Just on a final point, if I may. Just picking up on what Councillor Drysdale was picking up on about disposal of manure and all that, although it's not generally a planning issue, however, it is referenced in 4.7 that the stable would sit approximately 6.3 metres from the rear elevation of the neighbouring dwelling house, where the nearest window serves as a kitchen. So there's obviously a concern there, even though it's not a planning issue when it comes to dealing with manure.
Again, I hope the applicant will be able to put folks' minds at rest, but although it might be a concern, if it's not a planning consideration, we can't take into account when we're determining a planning application. However, thank you, Councillor Campbell, for your questions, and other members. We now go to our registered speakers. We have Margaret Cole. If Margaret would like to come forward, please. I'm sure you've been watching with interest what's been happening in previous applications, so you'll have 3 minutes to make your presentation or statement, Margaret. I will remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd be kind enough to wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So just whenever you're ready, Margaret.
Thank you. If parents are living in a town and decide to buy their child a pony, first they would look for reliable livery with the expectation that it would be long-term and in the country, and it will be expensive. There is also the expectation of having to travel to the site at least twice a day. At present, Mr. and Mrs. Irving have a 2.2 mile round journey 2 to 3 times a day to attend to the horse. This case is actually not about a little girl and a pony. We're actually talking about a 17-year-old girl with a fully grown cob. The siting of the stable and tackroom and storage space may not have much effect on the passing traffic, but it's going to have a massive impact on my quality of life. Everyone, and that includes myself, are entitled to quality of life. We need a reason to get up and out of bed in the morning. I can't see one. This was to be my forever home. I don't think that will be so now. This is already having a massive impact on my physical and mental well-being. I am normally a positive person, always striving to see the good in people. I never expected at the age of 77 to have mental health issues. Some of my thoughts that scare me. Every day, all day, I will see from my kitchen window an 11 to 12 foot high grey wall that will overshadow the back of my home. It will extend 4 metres forward on the front edge of my garage. There will be no sunlight necessitating the use of artificial lighting in the rooms at the back of my home, even in daytime. Even although this submitted plan meets guidelines in principle, the design, scale and fabric of this building are not in keeping with the surrounding properties. I can find no similar buildings in the local area, but I did find 4 liveries at a short distance from Lochmaben, and I am sure there are many more. Plenty to choose from. Well, this morning I was sitting having a cup of coffee, just thinking, what is all this about?
You have 30 seconds to go, Margaret.
Okay. No, I don't believe this build will improve anybody's quality of life. The only person it's going to be convenient to Mr. and Mrs. Irving, but it's certainly not going to be essential to their quality of life. If the plan is granted, no one is any better off. Still here, we're still isolated, and no, I won't have quality of life. I won't have any quality of life, and the community are now divided because they saw a thing in the paper, an article in the paper.
Can you draw your presentation to a conclusion, please?
Yes. The only person disadvantages is Mr. and Mrs.
Thank you.
Irving.
Anyone have any questions for Margaret? Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Margaret, you were speaking there about the 12-foot high, the potential impact of the 12-foot high wall at the back of your house. In relation to the garage and then your kitchen window, how would that block out the light at the north side? And is that something you've had a look at?
Do I press this thing here, or am I you're okay, I can speak? It's from my kitchen window, it's actually going to block out my total view, which would that be west side, wouldn't it? But I won't see anything north or west at all. The house is low down, so the sun is not there really much of the time in the winter. And with the height of the building, there'll be no light at all. No, it's just...
No, thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Any other questions for Margaret? In that case, thank you very much for coming forward. We now have the applicant, Craig Irving, in person. Craig, if you'd like to come forward, please. You will have the same 3 minutes. I will remind you 30 seconds to go to draw a presentation conclusion. And you'll be kind enough to wait. I know that a couple of members have questions for you. So presentation first and then wait, please. And I'll remind you, unless you're more brief than 3 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Thank you for considering our planning application, and thank you to the planning officer for considering our application carefully and suggesting it is approved. There are a few points I would like the planning committee to consider. We're looking to build a stable for our daughter's pony, who is currently in temporary accommodation due to a previous livery yard being sold. We felt a single stable at the end of the house with attached tack room to store riding, grooming and essential equipment all in one location was preferable to construct multiple smaller buildings in different areas of our garden. As we have had to move garden shed in order to clear this area, we require further storage for all our garden equipment, and as such the plans include a store at the side of the proposed build to house this. In the planning application committee report, the location of the proposed site is well described. Our property is on the very edge of town in a rural area. The proposed stable would be at the bottom of our driveway, which is about 23 metres long, next to our neighbour's garage, which is on the boundary, so would be well hidden from the street. Our property and our neighbour, who has objected property, adjoin a field at the back, which has previously had livestock in it, but is currently home to a horse. We've tried to be considerate to our neighbour at Fairhaven by proposing a building smaller than regulations would allow, and with a monopitched roof so that it is less of a visual impact. It would be smaller in height than our neighbour's garage and would be partially covered by the garage, which is just over 5.5 metres long. The planned building is a domestic building for our own use, which would be similar in colour to the shed that was previously there, and in our opinion, in keeping with the stone that the houses are built from. We feel this will look more like a garden room type building, which many residential properties in the area have. We do not believe that the build will impact on residential amenity for Fairhaven, as the kitchen window is several metres away and the planned build does not overlook it. We do not anticipate the build will increase fly numbers, as we take pride in keeping our property clean and tidy, and as such will have the same attitude towards the cleanliness of a stable. Our pony's welfare is our top priority, and having a stable at home will allow us to achieve this. We understand the council has no planning policy for building stables in residential area, and each is considered individually. As no objections have been made by any other neighbours, and Scottish Water, Environmental Health and the Flood Risk Management Team have no issues, and we are aware of other stables in our town, we urge you to grant permission.
You have
for
30
this-
seconds to go.
Thank you. Grant permission for this build as it would provide a long-term enriched environment for our pony and make our families' lives easier, resulting in more family time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig. I know Councillor Drysdale had a question and follow up with Councillor Campbell, so I'll ask them first and I'll invite other members if they want some questions to present to you. Councillor Drysdale, you wanted to ask about disposal of waste, horse waste.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. If you could just let me know what you plan to do with the manure and the urine runoff, because the amount of flies and also odour that this can create can be quite upsetting for nearby residents, neighbours, businesses in the case of horse stables. So I just really wanted a bit more detail about as to what your plans will be with regards to that. Thank you.
Okay. With the manure, it will be put in sealed containers and taken off site weekly or as often as we need to empty them. Urine is, the horse is only in the stable at night and is bedded in sawdust which soaks up the urine. That will be also taken off site.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your presentation, Mr. Irvine. Yeah, I did ask the question about the distance away from the garage of the neighbour's garage. Obviously, you know, there wouldn't be an issue, I suppose, if the neighbour wanted to do some maintenance on that side of the garage. That's basically what I was trying to get at.
No issue at all. We were unaware that we were allowed to build up to the neighbour's garage, so we the planning application has went in. It's a metre away and it fits in perfectly. We can get round the side of it. Maggie can get access to the wall, our garage wall. Not a problem.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Stephen Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, so it was just a question on the final height of the structure. I know there's been a bit of earthworks and groundworks done with cement to go down, etc. So it was just to get a final height of the building, because obviously we know it's 3.1 metres in dimension, but in terms of the ground level, that's obviously been, you've had to treat that to sort of get it to its current state. And the second thing would just be about your surface water treatment and what your intentions are about how that might be draining away. Thank you.
Yep, surface water, we've been advised to install water butts to catch any rainwater off the roof, which will be recycled for cleaning purposes or any purposes that we feel fit. The height of the stable, it's the ground, that's going to be the starting level of it. It's going to be I think it said 3.1 metres high from ground level. I think next door's garage is actually at the same level as the floor of stable tack room will be. I think the actual height of the roof, the house roof, dwelling house roof will be, could be 4.5 metres high, so it'll be nowhere near that.
Okay, and is the foundation now, I mean, is that in place to the level, what did you say, of your neighbour's garage approximately?
No, we've not done any groundwork foundation-wise. The only groundwork, we've cleared the site and we've put some hardcore dust on part of the part of the site that's not in for planning application. It's just landscaping, really.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Hislop.
Mr. Irvine, was it not an opportunity to build the stables in your paddock through the back?
Sorry, do you mean the field at the back? It's not actually our property. That belongs to the landowner at Righeads Farm, and we've come to an agreement that we can use the field for our pony.
So what happens if the owner of Righead sells that and that agreement doesn't exist? Where do you actually graze your horse?
Good question. We would need to find other grazing for it. I don't know if that's a planning issue.
Just thinking that, well, if you've got a shed in the back garden that doesn't do anything because you have to carry the horse every day back and forward on the horse box, it wouldn't be the greatest place to build a stable. But
I don't think we should worry about that though, because the gentleman, if he loses the grazing, might rebuild a stable somewhere else. We're dealing with the current situation. Councillor Slater, please. Microphone as well, please.
Yes, sir, Chair. It was just the fact that I know it's not in planning, but having a horse next to somebody else's house, my father farmed as well, and you do get smell. There's no doubt about it. You can't stop that. So I feel, you know, I can understand what the lady's saying. Also, the fact
you need to be aware, Councillor Slater, that these are observations. This is questions for the gentleman.
Well, I suppose the question is, you say you'll empty this water butt. It's water weighs £10 a gallon as such, so how often do you got to, if you had heavy rain, that water butt would obviously fill up very quickly. So I feel that there is a number of issues here about it. Also, as I say, the views that the lady is losing because of that building being so close to hers. So that's really my question. Thank you.
You realise, of course, as well, if the gentleman reorientates it, as the case officer has said, it's permitted development. He could build the same building in that curtilage of his property without planning permission. The only reason it's here is because it protrudes beyond the frontage of the dwelling. We're not here to argue the merits of it. That will come another time. So, questions for the applicant seem to have been completed. Thank you very much for moving forward, sir. We're in session. Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so it's actually on the back of Councillor Hislop's point, and that's partly why I called it in, because in effect that field could become something else, because it's out with the control of the applicant as it stands, as we've heard. However, I do accept that you know, this is effectively just building an outbuilding which is permitted development, and it's only because it protrudes forward. So we could today technically refuse this if we felt there was a material reason, because the permitted development requires a planning application because of that special case. I think that's been identified. So I was just wondering, in terms of if it were to be the case that the access to the rear field was no longer available, and then it'd be up to the applicant to do something else or have another use for the building, is there anything within our scope that we could say, well, if that's no longer available, because this is forever tied to the property if it's approved, as far as I understand it. So is there anything that puts a time limit on that, or says, well, but if it comes to a case where you're actually building a horse stables next to another residential development on all sides, it just seems to be an odd contradictory land use, I would suggest, and I'd seek some advice from David if that's possible. I'm sort of very confused about this in terms of land use. Thank you.
I'm sure Chris will help you, but I don't think access to the field or paddock is part of the planning application. It's simply information that was shared with us. But Chris, you're the case officer, or speak on behalf of Lindsay Little.
Yeah, we are looking just principally at the building itself. It's ancillary to the use of the dwelling house. I mean, I know we're kind of focusing a bit on the fact that it's a horse, but I mean, it could be kennels for dogs, it could be pigeons. You know, it's as the house is the house, and you know, associated buildings are for the enjoyment of the people in the house. So yeah, we can't really focus too much on you know, the sort of the field beyond that. It is anyone who's ever had a horse, and I include myself with that as well. You always kind of, when you're renting a field from someone, it's always at the back of your mind that you might not always have that. So it's just kind of part and parcel of ownership of big animals like that, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Campbell, followed by Councillor Driver.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I was a wee bit sympathetic about the objector, obviously, you know, it being a stable. However, if this was an application for a garage, for instance, you know, we wouldn't be in this position to try and determine it. And it's well within the permitted development rights, and as Chris has already outlined, it could have been something else. It could have been, you know, a pigeon loft or anything else that was going in that position. So while I'm kind of sympathetic to the objector, and obviously we've almost addressed the situation where waste, manure and stuff like that, but that's not a planning issue. But I'm happy to approve subject to the conditions. I don't know if there would be a need for any other conditions, but I'll leave that up to other members.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Driver?
Yeah, happy to second that, Chair.
Thank you. Any alternative views? Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, it's an invidious position in the sense that it might just be a building, but it's kind of what goes on in it that seems to be the issue. And I think that's where the conflict is, really. But in terms of the practicalities of management of water runoff, I think there was a directive mentioned, so could I just maybe get a bit of clarity about what that might say, and if we can just be explicit about attaching that so that there is at least that appropriate measure in place to deal with the water runoff written down as part of any permission that goes forward. Thank you.
Again, Councillor Thompson, I don't think we can condition that, but I'll ask Chris, and then I'll ask David City to offer advice as well. I think the applicant said he's received advice from Scottish Water on how he should deal with runoff. So, Chris first, please. Water runoff.
Yeah, the standard advice, I think, is from Scottish Water. If you can bear with me a wee second, I'll see if I can pull it up, unless David's got that, but it is in the file online. As I said before,
David's got it for you.
All right, okay. Thank you.
I was anticipating that one. Yes, it's the standard letter that you get from Scottish Water. We would also attach as a directive to any planning permission the note of the advice, and to go and check it online. They've no objection to it. They are saying that they will not accept surface water into their combined sewers, which is their standard comment, which is why the applicant would have been advised to use water butts for the surface side of things. There's no foul drainage connection proposed for this building. So that's the limit of Scottish Water's interest in this.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Hill, and then I think we'll go to the determination.
Can I just ask, does this building comply with policy OP1, where it states that development proposals should be compatible with character and the amenity of the area and should not conflict with the nearby land uses? Material considerations in assessment of this proposal in respect of general amenity include issues of potential odour, loss of privacy, sunlight and daylight.
I shall ask Case Officer Chris to respond, please.
Yeah, OP1 is a sort of general overarching policy, but it is included in paragraph 4.6 and 4.7, also 4.8, I suppose, if you to sort of look at it like that. So Lindsay has included an assessment of the proposal against OP1 in terms of things like odour and loss of privacy, sunlight, daylight, etc. It's all included in the report.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chrissy. So, we're in session. Councillor Campbell has said he's comfortable with that and we're happy to propose that we go with the recommendation, and Councillor Driver has seconded that. So if there are no alternative views, we'll approve the application. Councillor Hill.
Sorry, yeah, you just said there that they are within the application. So if they're in with the application, that it could cause a potential problem, then surely that should be taken into account. So I'm not very good at putting amendments forward, but based on OP1, I'd like to put an amendment forward that we don't approve the proposal, please.
If you wish, and I will ask the case officer and David Sutty to give advice on whether it's an acceptable motion or not, because amenity, and by that I mean removal of horse waste, etc., is not a planning consideration. And you've already been given advice that it could be dogs or pigeons.
But with it being a pony or a horse creates a bigger smell, for want of a better word, and also attracts more flies. And it says all of this within policy OP1. So if you could ask for advice on whether that would be competent or not.
I will certainly do that, Councillor Hill. Mr Sutty, I'll ask you directly. Is smell and flies part of the consideration of the application, this application?
Thank you, Chair. As Chris just succinctly put it before, really what the Planning Applications Committee is considering today is the physical structure. This is an outbuilding which is ancillary to the domestic use. It's not a commercial activity. If you were proposing a commercial livery as a commercial entity, people charging, making it a business for lots of horses within a residential area right next door to other houses, then that's something where OP1 really would apply. But we're actually looking at a domestic extension here, so to a large degree it's actually policy H8, which is the key one that you have to have a look at in the supplementary guidance. This could, the pony, for all we know, could be sold off, and it's then just reverts to a use compliant with condition 2 that's recommended, that it just becomes a store or a garden shed, that sort of thing. So it's really that we're focusing on, and personally I don't think it would be competent to actually refuse this under OP1. It has been assessed as being compliant with OP1 by the case officer. In terms of loss of view, which was one of the things that was mentioned by the objector, Mrs. Cole, that isn't a planning consideration, and because of the orientation of it lying to the northwest of her property, there's no direct sunlight going to be removed. In terms of daylight, her own garage is actually as close to her own windows there, so there wouldn't be an overshadowing issue. So for all those reasons, I think it complies with OP1. I'd be struggling to find grounds which were competent to refuse it on that basis, I'm afraid. I don't know if Laura wants to add anything to that.
We have legal advice as well, Chrissy, and then I'm going to move forward.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Councillor Hill. Like yourself, I was looking closely at policy OP1 list while listening to the objector, and I would agree with David. The report is quite clear that advice has been taken from environmental health and other sources. There is a thorough consideration of policy OP1 in the report. So if you were still minded to put forward an objection on that basis, you would have to be quite clear on what your grounds for finding it, and also what you have read or heard today that would lead you to feel that your objection was substantiated.
Thank you. So clearly noise and smell, or smell and flies in horse manure, is not an acceptable reason for putting forward a proposal to refuse this. So unless you come forward with some language that is acceptable, we're going to move with the motion and seconder. Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks very much for that, man. I think this is a difficult one, and in simple context for me, it reminds me of a large dog kennel, so to speak. So would he object to that? Probably not being the case. But at the same time, I would get the same feeling that this would affect the amenity of the neighbouring properties. That's where I'm struggling with this in regards to supporting a motion to approve or refuse for that matter. But I mean, if I was going to look for grounds to refuse, I'd be looking at how it affects the amenity, because it's no the size of a dog. Let's face the waste product, so to speak, from this. A much greater context, much larger scale in regards to, I say, a dog kennel and such like. So that's just my thoughts round about it, Chairman. If that helps, it might not.
Thanks, Councillor Carruthers. And remember, we've already been told if the applicant changes the location of this building, it will be permitted development. We will have no say in it. We won't be able to stop this. So it's only the location that's the issue, not the tenant, shall we say, whatever the tenant might be, whether it's a horse, a dog, pigeons or whatever. We can only base our decision in the location, not the occupancy. Councillor Hill.
Yeah, thanks for all that extra information. It explained things a lot better to me. I was just wondering, and it might not be possible, but with this coming in, it being a different sort of like a horse and a different animal, is there any way we could ask for a condition to be imposed to make sure that the manure and the shavings are removed? I've had horses myself and I am aware of the stench that can come from them, just so that it doesn't affect the neighbouring properties and it's not detrimental to them.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. We've already been advised we cannot put a condition such as that on the planning approval, although we could write to the applicant and say we expect that horse manure will be removed regularly, and we can have environmental standards alerted to the possibility that they might receive complaints, but we cannot instruct environmental health to attend, and we cannot place a condition as far as I understand, but I'll ask Mr Sutty just to clarify that as well before we move on.
Yes, I mean, what's being talked about here is the operational aspects of the stable, which isn't a material planning consideration. We couldn't competently condition it. As I've said a number of times today, we could attach a directive if it would keep members happy to basically, I suppose, state that the committee have some concerns about the proposed use for a horse, and therefore would urge the applicant to ensure that it is regularly emptied and any odours are kept to a minimum. That's not enforceable, but it again just puts down a marker.
That's good. Now I'll ask Councillor Campbell and Councillor Driver if they're willing to add that to their motion, and then I'll ask Cressy Hill if she's content with having received that advice, because she had her hand up. I'll come to Stephen Thompson, and then I'm going to go to determination of this application. So, Councillor Campbell, are you happy with a directive being added to the proposal you put up?
Yeah, I'm happy with that, Chair.
Councillor Driver, as a seconder, are you content with that?
Yeah, happy with that, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hill, are you content now that we'll send a directive to the applicant setting out very clearly what our expectations are?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And last word to Councillor Thompson, then we've got to go to determination.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And can I just thank members for taking the time to look at this and debate it, because I think it's highlighted sometimes the difficulty of making a planning decision when I think we know there is a concern about the amenity for a local resident. I think that's been heard today, and I think we have to realise the scope and limitations of what a planning committee can do, and there's other bodies out there like Environmental Health or Scottish Water, for example, that can give the right advice. But I think it's clear that there's a bit of an uneasiness about this, more to do with the use and the operational aspects, as David put it. But in terms of planning grounds, it's, you know, for whatever reasons, there is no competent way we could really refuse this because it's within permitted development rights, and I think we have to accept that. So, I'm happy that the directives have been taken on board and the debate's been had. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that observation, Councillor Thompson. That's been really helpful. So we have a motion to approve, which is seconded. If there are no alternative views, we will approve that. Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Chair, yes, members have approved the application subject to the conditions in the report. We've got two directives to be attached. One is the note of advice from Scottish Water about the no surface water, and another directive about the committee's concerns and asking that the waste is removed on a regular basis.
Thank you very much, Tracy. We'll have a brief interval. The battery storage application may take some time. Have lunch and be back in half an hour. Everybody content with that? Thank you. So it'll be 13:45, 1:45. Thank you. Thanks, members. Thanks very much, folks. Welcome back to the afternoon session, members. Move on to agenda item 6, but just before that, a number of members have had to leave for another appointment. Can I just ask governance to confirm that we are still quorate before we move on? Tracy, please.
Yes, Chair, we've got 13 members present, so we are quorate. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Move on to agenda item number 6. Oh no, it's number 7. Number 7 even. There we are. Agenda item number 7. Consultation from Scottish Ministers regarding an application made under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 for battery energy storage system with a storage capacity of up to 456 megawatts at land south of Gretna 400 kV substation known as Gretna Green Battery Energy Storage System. It's an application type Section 36 consultation. Officer's recommendation is that we raise no objection, and the case officer is John Hiscox. So John, good afternoon. You just take us through your presentation, please.
I certainly will, Chair. Thank you very much indeed. Now with this one, firstly I'd ask you to note that unlike most of the Section 36 consultations we receive, this is not the subject of a full environmental impact assessment. Ministers issued a screening opinion that the development is not EIA development in January this year. However, the application is supported by a full range of individual environmental impact appraisals. Not a very clear plan, this. It might be useful if you just zoom in once, please, Abby, just so we can pick out the red line. The red line includes the access lane from the junction of the public road at Camping Home, which is that cluster of buildings you can see at the right-hand end of the slide. The entire lane is a private road, so it doesn't form part of the public road network. Also to note that the public road running north to south on the right-hand side of the screen, next to Camping Home, is part of the National Cycle Network. You should note the existing Gretna substation development just to the northwest, plus various distribution routes for electricity. Perhaps you could zoom out now, Abby, thank you. Not easy to pick up on this, but the overhead power lines supported by lattice towers connect to the east, west, south and north of the existing substation. Not visible on this slide is the new grid stability facility, currently under construction further to the Planning Commission, being granted in 2021 after consideration by the Planning Applications Committee, but that will come into view in due course during this presentation. Just to give you an idea of where the site is in relation to Gretna down there at the bottom of the slide on the map, it's about 3 kilometres to the south of the site. And Longtown in Cumbria is around 5 kilometres to the southeast. Excuse me. This slide is just to show you that the site is within the coastal flats landscape character area. And if you note the pinkish area in the right-hand side of the slide, that's England, within the Cumberland Council area, the national border being around 700 metres east of the site. Excuse me. The national boundary generally follows the line of the River Sark. And please could I ask you to note that Cumberland Council has not submitted a consultation response to Scottish Ministers. This is the ZTV, Zone of Theoretical Visibility map. And it tends to show that visibility is largely constrained to a 1 kilometre radius. And that's the yellow area in the centre there, where most opportunities exist to see the above ground elements of the development. And although theoretically, as you can pick out from this with more yellow areas, it would be visible from the outskirts of Gretna and Springfield, from this distance it is likely only to be glimpses of transformers rather than the battery storage units themselves. This is the overall site plan, and here you can see 2 main areas of battery arrays, west and east of the central field drain. Clearly the western array is much bigger than the eastern array. The eastern array is about 1/6 the size of the western array. Closest to the... Actually, Abby, would you mind zooming in on this one, please? Thank you. So closest to the private lane would be the the transformer compound, that's the top right there, which will be operated by Scottish Power. South of the western array is where the substation enclosures for associated infrastructure will be located. That's just next to the pond you can see there in the middle. Various smaller enclosures would contain control rooms, water tanks and pump rooms, and you can see quite clearly the SUDS attenuation ponds proposed at the south and southeast of the site. Thank you. This is a landscape management plan. It identifies structural and boundary planting, including tree belts on the eastern part of the the eastern boundary and part of the northern boundary, plus hedgerow augmentation on the southern and western boundaries. And marginal pond edge planting is also proposed. Maintenance of the vegetation out to 5 years is included in all the annotation. I'm not labour with that. It's just there just to give comfort that in terms of landscape management, there is specific specific proposals out to 5 years. The next plan is an indicative drainage plan, and it's not all that easy to see from the slide, but surface water is shown to be collected and channeled to the 2 SUDS detention basins, and the SUDS proposals include mechanisms to handle potential contamination. They also include hydrobrake systems to control outflow to the water environment. First of 3 contextual elevational drawings. Look at the bottom part of this, really, what I'm going to talk about here. It's showing enclosure fencing 4 metres high around the substation compound, which is edged in pink south of the main battery array. So that's the bottom elevation corresponds to the smaller compound you can see just to the left of the SUDS ponds in the middle there. And the highest building on that would be 8.4 metres to the ridge. That's the building which is depicted in white on the right in the lower part of the slide. This is just to show you, give you an idea of what the strings of batteries would look like. They'll be placed around the site. They're generally mid-grey in colour as opposed to white or pale grey. A maximum of 4 metres above ground level, although the battery units themselves are only around 3 metres in height. And this one, just to show you similar, but it includes one of the water tanks, which is about 5 metres in height. Some various components of the scheme now. This is to show you transformers and the control room compound. It shows the buildings and structures within the smaller substation near to the eastern boundary. Maximum height of these buildings and enclosures is 6.4 metres, and a 4 metre high acoustic fence would enclose this area. Here we have a typical battery storage unit, 7.5 metres long, 2.5 metres wide and 2.9 metres high, raised 60 centimetres above the ground, presumably in relation to ventilation and cooling requirements. Palisade fencing, typically 2.4 metres high around the battery arrays. The application identifies these would be in green. And elevations of the transformers in the compound to the northeast of the site. This shows that they would be situated, most of the apparatus would be 10 metres or less in height, although one section towards the west would be up to 15 metres. That's the darker, sort of black items at the left-hand end of the slide. And otherwise, it's all around 10 metres in height. Okay, onto the photos. This is looking eastwards from roundabout Alderman's Seat. There's 2 properties out that way beyond the site on the private lane, Alderman's Seat Cottage and Alderman's Seat itself, which is a farm. And from this, you can ascertain that the development would be behind the vegetation. You can just about make out the presence of the overhead lines and pylons in this view already from this direction. This is just to give you an idea of some of the infrastructure which is already in existence adjacent to the site. It's taken from just outside the existing development, a little to the west, on the way to Alderman Seats Cottage. So again, this is beyond the existing development if you're heading west along the private lane. I'm stood here just off the private lane in a recess in the boundary. Looking at the site, this is the view looking southeast from the lane, just west of the access to the new development under construction, which you'll see in a minute. So here I've gone west along the private lane, and we're looking back towards the site, looking east. a little bit closer just to show you that without the cars on the left-hand side. It's generally a flat grass, just flat grazed fields. Okay, so this is the first of a couple of pictures of the development underway on the opposite side. So this until recently was just a field. In 2021, you had planning permission granted for this development. It's likely to be ongoing into 2025. And another view of this one from just a little further east along the lane. And a reminder that this is a grid stability facility associated with the adjacent Gretna substation. This one's kind of self-explanatory. You're looking westwards towards the existing substation site. Can I ask you to note the existing vegetation which largely screens the existing substation development? And here I've moved eastwards back along the lane to give you a sort of broader contextual view, looking back towards the general location of the site. And again, those with sharp eyes among you will see there's a pylon just to the right of the lane in the background there above vegetation. And a couple more views kind of from here. This is looking, again, just to give an idea of generally what the topography looks like from looking westwards from the area around Camping Home, where the private lane meets the junction with the public road. And just to finish off these views, just stepping a bit further back. Okay, to give you some summing up remarks. In terms of consultation responses from the council specialists, none have any significant concerns. However, the council archaeologist has indicated a requirement for an archaeological investigation, which was anticipated by the applicants if this achieves planning permission. Our roads planning team has identified various matters relating to traffic movement and management, including requirements for finalised traffic management plans to be submitted and agreed, including an abnormal loads traffic management plan as well, because they are intending to bring in a couple of components which are non-standard, so they won't just be on normal HGVs. The Council's flood risk management team identified two non-critical manners which are mentioned in a recommended advisory note in the appendix to this report. But since the report was published, we've had a little bit of clarification from the applicants, and the flood risk team has said they simply now don't object, so we don't necessarily need that advisory note. All of these matters set out for further consideration by these consultees is reflected in the proposed list of conditions and advisory notes set out in the appendix to the planning report. The principle of battery energy storage systems, or BESS, is supported by MPF4, and it's mentioned specifically in Policy 11 Energy as one of the forms of renewable energy development that would support zero emissions targets. As a result, applying the principle of the right development in the right place, the Gretna site is appropriate, in particular because of its proximity to existing major electricity infrastructure, but also taking into consideration topography, absence of sensitivities and planning constraints, plus adequate opportunity to mitigate through landscaping. Officers are therefore recommending to the committee that no objection be raised. And finally, I would ask the committee to note that the development is proposed to have a 40-year operational lifetime, after which decommissioning and restoration would occur, according to the design and access statement. And just something to note, apologies for this, if the committee is minded to agree the recommendation, officers would require to include a condition covering proposed lighting of the site, as this has been omitted from the draft conditions list in the appendix. Apologies for that, but it's something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Questions for our case officer, Archie Driver, please?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And, you know, I don't have any issues with the proposal as a battery storage, and actually would support battery storage right across Dumfries and Galloway. The issue, there's perhaps two issues that I would like to ask the officer about. And the first one is the council roads officers part at page 60 to 62, which is quite a large response from the roads department. But I think worthy of what's been said by the local community in this particular case, especially Gretna Green and Springfield Community Council, where they've already had some wagons going down that existing road when, in actual fact, the infrastructure isn't good enough for the type of vehicles that you're talking about, John. I just wonder if there was any way of enhancing that to Scottish ministers to ensure that there are a traffic management plan that uses the A7 rather than going down by Springfield Primary School, which is one of the issues. And the second one is this is battery storage, and fire and rescue, of course, would need to understand what their response would have to be. And I'm just wondering if there's been any sort of any communication with fire and rescue regarding this. And this would be cross-border because Longtown Fire and Rescue Service would also be called along with Gretna Fire and Rescue.
Thanks, Councillor Drybrook. John, do you have a response for that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. No problem at all. Firstly, with regard to traffic movement, I absolutely take on board what you're saying there about perhaps previous experiences in the locality of traffic movement. That has been discussed in the lead up to this application and in the report. And there's no expectation for traffic to come from the south through Gretna and Springfield. It should all come through the north. That's something which has been highlighted by our roads planning manager, and we fully support that as officers. So in the event that this is successful and a condition which is proposed with regard to the traffic management plans comes through for us for discharge, then we will be expecting that it will identify all measures to keep traffic from coming in from the south. I mean, it's not a logical route anyway. We shouldn't expect it. I mean, that's the way I went to the site, and it is a bit, it's a bit awkward. Although I did note that one driver who was working at the existing construction site had come that way because I followed him through. But that's a car. I think the main disincentive is to HGV vehicles, and there's no way that abnormal loads are going to come from that direction anyway. The traffic management plans will need to show the swept path that will be taken by the vehicles. That comes as standard, and again, that's covered in the conditions. I hope that's okay on that point. And because we recommended that as conditions, that is going to be within what the council reports to Scottish ministers if you agree the recommendation today. On the fire side of things, there is a specific document in the submission. It doesn't really relate to our remit, but just to give you some comfort, they've already reviewed potential fire risk on the site, and I've put together a plan. I mean, perhaps what I would ask you to do, because it isn't really something that we can consider today, to review that in due course rather than trying to extrapolate from it the information today. And you mentioned the Community Council. It's not, the Community Council is consulted directly by the Energy Consents Unit of the Scottish Government, but they have submitted their response to the Scottish ministers indicating that they don't object, and they have specifically mentioned the issue of traffic management. And again, we fully support that. We think it needs really careful consideration. So in due course, we'll be able to look at what the proposals are.
Okay, thank you, John.
Thanks, Archie. You might come back. No,
that's fine, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Archie. Councillor Ian Howie, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's just a question regarding with the development of this type of facility. Will it reduce the need to make constraint payments to wind farms in future?
John hasn't a response to that. Do you, David?
I don't think that's really a consideration for the specific application, but clearly if you've got more storage, then that does actually reduce the need for the sort of shutdowns that's being referred to. So you will nonetheless need to shut down in very high wind speeds for safety reasons, but for the other reason, then I think it should assist, but it's not really for the committee to consider today.
Thanks, Ian. Thanks for that.
Chair, would you mind, just in case, for interest, there is a specific section in the planning report, 4.11, paragraph 4.111, which lists the benefits of battery storage, and in some of them it does talk about how it relates to other forms of energy and also how it helps with the distribution of energy. So just in case.
And that's in the report we have?
Yes, at 4.11.
So, Councillor Howie, you'll be able to study that. Hopefully it'll help answer your question. I now have Councillor Slater, Councillor Drysdale and Councillor Barretti in that order. David Slater, please.
Hi, John. It's regarding fire services and that for this area. Will there be special training needed to be done if there's a problem within the site with the local fire services attending? Thank you.
John?
Yeah, I just reiterate that if you'd like, I mean, I can't answer that question because I don't think it's part of our remit, but if you look at the document which is on the Energy Consents Unit portal, which relates to fire management and their fire strategy, I think that will give you all the comfort you need in that regard.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Slater. Councillor Drysdale, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. It's interesting, that's the second councillor to bring up the fire regulations, and I appreciate, John, that thanks for the report. I appreciate that you're asking us to refer to a document after this meeting, but we're getting a lot of these applications in front of us, and it's our job as elected members to make sure that the public are safe. And it seems to be down to the local authority from the documents I'm reading. I did bring this up, Chair, with at Stewart Area Committee, and we were to get a report back from the fire service who were going to check that the planning department at Dumfries and Galloway Council were communicating with the fire department in our area as to where the new battery storage sites are popping up, and in particular this one at present that's in front of us today. You know, there's certain meterage, 6 metre minimum that needs to be between each storage unit, and generally the amount of water is not suitable to put out these fires, and also toxic gases are released. So I think it's something, maybe not for today, but I know we need to discuss what's in front of us now, but I do think we should have some sort of fire procedure and policy in every single one of these applications. So whether you take that as a point or a question, I don't know, but I think it's coming up time and time again, and we're not really addressing it, if I'm to be honest. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. Mr Sutty is happy to respond to that. But I would tell you that I served in Dumfries and Galloway Fire Service for 20 years. We carried out studies on developments or areas where there was a huge risk of fire. We carried out exercises, we prepared, we did site visits, and I'm absolutely convinced that Fire Scotland will still do that, and they will be aware of the risk and what the mitigations might be. But having said that, Mr Sutty, can you help Councillor Drysdale?
Thank you, Chair. Just not specifically about this consultation, but just in more general terms, there is some concern amongst the planning profession in Scotland that there's a little bit of a vacuum here as to how these should be dealt with, for the simple reason that normally fire safety is not a material planning consideration because it's dealt with by the building regulations, so it's colleagues in building standards who would address that. They have a history of carrying out direct consultations with the fire service, but I believe that is becoming less so as time has gone on. Resources are more constrained. But the issue here is that planners don't normally consult with the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service on this because it is something which is normally dealt with under building standards. But the issue here is that some of these don't actually require building warrants. So there's a little bit of no man's land here. So through Heads of Planning Scotland, this is something which we are raising with the Chief Planner of the Scottish Government to try and get some guidance as how to best deal with these in future. But as John says, with this particular application, there is a clear document that's been submitted to the Energy Consents Unit addressing those matters. The determining body here is the Scottish Ministers, not ourselves. So provided all that has been given to the Ministers, then I don't think it's a matter that really needs further consideration today. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. Councillor Barretti, last speaker or last question for our case officer anyway.
Thank you, Chair. John, looking through the documentation, I can see nowhere in it that actually specifies the chemistry of the batteries that are being proposed. Therefore, my question would also be that the site, the main part of the site is the foundation work for the battery components. That's the battery storage, which are basically just containers that are popped onto the site once the initial cabling is produced. So that would be my first question. The second then relates to what I've just said. If at this stage the developers haven't decided what kind of battery chemistry they're putting in, because as you'll probably well know, there are different types of battery chemistries, of which some have higher fire risks and some have absolutely no fire risks. Therefore, over the lifetime period, which has been said over 40 years, it is conceivable, if the foundation works are correct and all the connections are correct, that the batteries can actually be changed over a period of time to accommodate those batteries which are fundamentally far safer to be used in these kind of battery energy storage systems. Would you be able to verify those things for me?
John?
Councillor, I'm not sure what the first question was. You talked about what you do on the site before the batteries are brought on?
No, yeah, John, sorry. Any site list is going to have foundation work done for the battery storage. So that means that even if the battery storage system, the container is taken off, the foundation is still there, along with the cabling that has to be put in prior to the containers being put on, because they are essentially batteries that are built somewhere else and they're brought on site, connected up, and that's it. So if a battery component were to be faulty, a truck would come along, pick it up and replace it with a new one. So that's the first part. The actual site is a working site that could be, you could see vehicles maybe coming in over the space of the 40 years replacing some defective batteries. So that was my first point. The second point is, because in these papers there is no mention of battery chemistry, and battery chemistries come in about 24 different variations, and therefore the implication of fire safety is relevant to the battery chemistry which the company is going to use, at which point in here there's no mention of what they're actually going to use. So I'm assuming that they're going to base their fire precaution measures on the chemistries that they decide to choose at the time, which might be 2 or 3 years down the line. Would that be about right?
John?
Yep, I've got those two. Thank you very much, Councillor. I agree with you that from time to time, given that these are simply just very large battery units, if there is a fault, then you should expect to see some sort of transport bringing in a new one, taking the old one away. The fact that they are container sized means that perhaps logically that shouldn't be too difficult, because it would just require to go on the back of a fairly normal lorry. So I think I'm just agreeing with you there that that might be something that happens, rather than a sort of full-scale close down or whatever, the thing's not working. I mean, I can't remember how many exactly units there are, but there are a couple of hundred, at least, units on the site. So you can expect that if one went down, then its replacement proportionately would be a minor issue compared to the overall sort of magnitude of development of the site. I hope that answers that one adequately. I can't really answer the second question. I think at this stage it's a little bit like wind farms, where you know the technology is there, you know this might take a while to get up and running. So by the time we make our decisions and then Scottish ministers make theirs, moving towards implementation and so on, things might change. Technology is likely to move on, because I believe this is the first proposal for BESS in the region of this scale, which has been put to us formally in recent. Correct me if I'm wrong, David. I don't think there are any others. So for us, it's a fairly young technology, although obviously it is being rolled out at quite a pace. But I couldn't really comment on the specification. I think we're going to have to expect that really will be down to the developers and the engineers and the scientists. But again, I'm probably going to have to say this, that as a consultee, those issues are slightly out with our remit. In terms of the technology that's available, and if we look at the issues that I've covered today in the planning report, don't really go into that sort of detail with regard to the science. Unfortunately, that's just not something where we have the expertise or really the remit.
No, thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Tony. That concludes questions for Case Officer. We're in session. We're happy to approve this application as set out in the document. Oh, Councillor Dryborough, please.
Yeah, happy to approve, Chair. A little bit more emphasis on the roads side of things.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Driver. I'm sure we'll emphasise that. Archie is still concerned about the use of the road network and the TMP, the Traffic Management Plan, to make sure that there isn't any traffic goes past that primary school.
I absolutely agree with that, Chair. That it is the intention. Well, it's certainly not the intention to enable any sort of transportation coming up from south, and that is clear in our roads planning team leader's response. And from what I can gather in the application, they're not proposing to come from the south anyway. But you can't help that the occasional vehicle will go off-piste. We are expecting, though, that any traffic management plan would include signage, and that signage should be put in place to make sure that people do follow the agreed route. And the traffic management plans are supposed to be documents you can literally give to contractors and workers and anybody coming onto the site to actually just look at it and follow it and think, right, there's a map on here, this is the way I'm supposed to be going. If I don't, then I'm actually breaching the rules of my own sort of arrangement. And with the signage in place too, I think we should have quite a lot of confidence that this shouldn't be a major issue, or it shouldn't be a significant issue in this case. But yes, you're right, and I think that the conditions adequately cover that.
I take it, John, that although it's a consultation with Scottish ministers, the fact that the traffic management plan is in Dumfries and Galloway, we will be in a position to enforce, if need be, drivers to adhere to the route as set out by the document that will be endorsed by Scottish ministers if it's approved.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As my colleague Carison Rose pointed out, that these things do crop up, and we do occasionally get contacted because traffic is going the wrong way towards developments. It is not easy to get somebody out on the ground to give somebody a ticking off, but in terms of the strategy and making sure that the developers are doing the right thing, any of these small things that are reported to us, we can contact them and say, look, get your house in order, your contractors are not following the rules. And if that TMP is strong enough and simple enough and is given to all the contractors, it should work.
That's great, thank you. On that basis, provided Councillor Driver is comfortable, we'll go and agree with the recommendation as set out in the document, and Governance Tracy will just confirm the decision of the committee, please.
Yes, Chair, members have agreed to raise no objections to the consultation.
Thank you, members. Move on to agenda item number 8. Oh,
sorry, Chair, can I just confirm powers delegated to David and myself to put that additional, or recommend the additional condition regarding lighting?
yes, I am sure all members would want to see that ensured, and it would delegate to officers, whether that's you, John, or David. I'm sure we'll be happy with either officer dealing with that. On that amendment, and you've got a record of that now, Tracy, as well. Yeah. Agenda item number 8, the application for the action of 2 dwelling houses, approval of matters specified in conditions. 3, layout. 4, design. 5, external appearance. And 6, landscaping of planning permission in principle 22/2201/PIP at site between Whinny Bray and Cashmere, Annan Road, Gretna. The application type is approval required by conditional PIP where the design and layout is brought back to members. The recommendation is approved subject to conditions, and our case officer is Claire Eckstein. So Claire, if you take us through your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. As set out in the report, paragraph 1.5, this application is being considered by members following the request at the original PIP application, which was considered by members in March 2023, and then the PIP application was approved in August of that year following the receipt of the required developer contribution for the upgrade to the water supply in Gretna. So just going through my photographs. So this is the application site, which lies between Whinny Bray and Cashmere to the north of the B721 on the western approach to Gretna. So this is a block plan which also includes the proposed landscaping. It shows 2 houses of the same design, each base with 2 rectangular sections forward and to the rear with a link extension. And this is just a close-up of the floor plan and of the front and rear with the cross sections. The dimensions of the floor plan are noted in 1.4 of the report. So these are the elevations. So it's a single-story dwellings. So I've got an aerial photograph of the site, which shows the surrounding properties. Just by comparison, as noted in the ridge heights, as noted in paragraph 4.5, Woodgrove opposite is 34.226 metres, whereas the site would be 31.2. So obviously the ridge heights are lower. Woodgrove is the one directly opposite. You can just see on the annotated on the bottom of the photograph. So this is looking towards the B721, the entrance to Winnie Bray, with the application site behind the beech hedge and the grass verge. And then this is looking back eastwards, so towards the 30-mile-an-hour limit of the B721 on the left, and then Winnie Bray obviously in the centre, and then plot 1 to the right. And this is just, again, looking westwards towards Winnie Bray and plot 1. And then again, looking right eastwards towards Cashmere and plots 1 and 2. You can see that in the centre of the photograph is the 30-mile-an-hour speed reduction sign in the centre of the photograph. And you can see the ridge height of Woodgrove, which is the house on the right-hand side, obviously the 2-storey property. And this is a close-up which shows the entrance to Cashmere, which is the brick pillars, and then the application site for plot 2 to the left. The entrance access point to plot 2 will be next to Cashmere. So as noted in the report, the proposed houses are considered to accord with the policies and are recommended for approval, subject to 2 conditions relating to car parking and turning areas, and also for the roadside hedge to be retained and repaired once the 2 separate accesses onto the B721 have been formed. As noted in the report, the previous conditions automatically continue to apply from the planning permission in principle, and this will include the formation of the new footpath along the site frontage with the B721.
Thank you, Claire. Given that we asked for it, members, are we satisfied with the plans as set out? Councillor Dryborough, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think, I'm pleased to see this back here in a relatively short space of time, which is great to see it actually happen. There's been no objections from anybody in the local area and certainly the Community Council for Gretna and Rigg fully supported this coming forward, so happy with everything there.
Thank you, Councillor Dryborough. If there are no other questions for our case officer, we're in session. Happy to agree the recommendations as set out in the paper.
Agreed.
Agreed, and agreement in the chamber here. So Councillor Moretti agrees as well. So can you confirm the decision of the committee, Tracy, please?
Mr. Chair, members have agreed to approve the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report.
Thank you very much, members, for your attendance and forbearance today. I have no further business. Thank you very much. We'll see you in November. Thank you. Bye-bye.